It will have a lot on its plate over the next few weeks, not the least of which will be the president's big, beautiful bill, which the House has handed to them.
We have to deliver results for the American people, and we want those results to make monumental change for our nation and in the homes of hardworking Americans from coast to coast.
We'll talk about that and more with Republican U.S. Senator from Alabama, Katie Britt.
I'm Chris Foster. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin made it to the top of the world, climbing to the summit of Mount Everest.
I'll tell you this, to climb with a Sherpa is to respect a Sherpa. It's really amazing how strong they are and what nice guys they are. They're cheerful, they're eager, very willing to work. They're very encouraged to work.
And I'm Chuck DeVore. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The United States Senate has a lot of work ahead of it over the coming weeks. Much of it will be centered around the House of Representatives Budget Reconciliation Plan, also known as the Big Beautiful Bill. In that piece of legislation, nearly every aspect of the Trump agenda is covered, from immigration to defense to streamlining government. It narrowly passed the House, but at this point faces an even more uncertain Senate future, with Republicans like Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson on the fence. He said on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures,
I want to see the president succeed. I want to take a tax increase, an automatic tax increase off the table as soon as possible. All this could have been done. The border funding, take an automatic tax increase off the table. I think we have to deal with the debt ceiling. But again, I don't want to just, do $5 trillion. I'm happy to give the president, increase the debt ceiling for 1 year.
Despite the sticking points, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on CBS Face the Nation said there are some non-negotiables that senators can't touch.
The president has his campaign promises that he wants to fulfill for working Americans. So it's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans for American-made automobiles.
How the budget reconciliation plays out, by all admissions, will be a painstaking process.
Look, obviously, we appreciate the good work that the House did, and now it is the Senate's turn to do its job.
U.S. Senator Katie Britt represents Alabama and is 2 years into her first term on Capitol Hill. We spoke Sunday afternoon.
I think Republicans are united in the cause of getting this done. I think our priority is ensuring that hardworking families don't face the largest tax increase in American history. I mean, Grinnell, we know that if we do not do our job here, Americans will face a tax increase of over $4 trillion. And for Alabamians, that means about $2,000 extra a year of their hard-earned dollars that they would have to give back to the federal government. Look, we want to make sure that hardworking Americans are keeping more of their dollars in their own pocket. We believe that's where they should be. So we're going to work diligently to make sure that we are aligned on cutting spending. I mean, we're seeing what's happening. We're 36, almost $37 trillion in debt. We know that's not only fiscally irresponsible, that is morally irresponsible. We have seen over the last 4 years, Joe Biden and Democrats want to do nothing but add more spending, which has gotten us into this position. And so we're committed to taking a look at that and figuring out how do we begin to work to get our fiscal house in order? How do we keep taxes low for hardworking Americans? How do we ensure that we are reducing inflation and that we're bringing good-paying jobs back to America? So we're excited about what is ahead of us, and we'll work diligently to come and get consensus so that we can get this bill across the finish line.
One of the things Senator Ron Johnson said on Fox on Sunday was, if it takes going line by line through this bill to make sure it's right, we should do that. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. And look, we've talked about that for weeks, months, of being diligent, being intentional, going through the bill and getting it right. We have to deliver results for the American people, and we want those results to make monumental change for our nation and in the homes of hardworking Americans from coast to coast. So whatever it takes to get it right, that's the kind of work that you can count on us putting in.
You are on the Senate Appropriations Committee, and at a recent hearing, you took the Labor Secretary to task about rules that could prevent people from engaging or even re-engaging in the workforce. And I should mention a bill that you have put forward, the Child Care Availability and Affordability Act that you have done with the Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. Tell me what that bill does and why that's important.
Absolutely. So that bill is, we worked diligently to create a bipartisan solution on something that we're seeing Americans deal with all across our country. It doesn't matter if I am talking to our largest manufacturer or our smallest Main Street business. They say making sure that we have people that are willing and ready to re-enter the workforce is critically important to continued success and economic prosperity and truly people being able to achieve their American dream. What we saw is that 59% of stay-at-home and or part-time working parents said that they would like to re-enter the workforce, but availability or affordability of child care is an impediment to that. And Grinnell, we looked at that and said, look, if you want and have the opportunity to stay home, we want that for you. But if you want to re-engage in the workforce as we execute President Trump's vision of building back America, then we want to help remove those impediments and give you that opportunity. So the solution that we have come up with is one that puts parents back in the driver's seat and encourages businesses, small and large, to be a part of the solution. We do it by simply revising the tax code that has not been revised since 2001, allowing people to utilize that in a way that puts that money back in their pocket so they can make better decisions for their families. And then it also expands a portion of the tax code that encourages those businesses and then for the first time ever allows small businesses to be a part of the solution so that they can provide resources or opportunities or programs or plans for their workforce in order to kind of meet these needs.
You are also on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and we've seen in the last little while a lot of courts sort of standing in the way in some cases of President Trump's immigration policy, wanting to get a control of illegal immigration. On your committee is getting immigration judges, more immigration judges. Will that help? Is that one of the things that you would seek to do?
Yeah, so one of the things, Grinnell, we have to do is we have to do an actual assessment of what is working and what is not working. And those are questions that I have asked to various nominees who will be sitting and will be decision makers for these very things that we're talking about. So the question, we've seen over the last 4 years, in many cases, we've seen the Democratic Party think that the solution to a problem is to just throw more money at it. We want to make sure that the money we spend, and you'll be seeing some of this obviously through the reconciliation bill. You'll also be seeing it through the Senate Appropriations Bill, where I am the chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee for Appropriations. And then you see it obviously in my work in Judiciary, where we're working to get answers. What are the holdups? Why is it that we are not processing people faster? If you look at the number of migrants that we have in the interior, and how many have been given final orders of removal, obviously those that have been given that due process and have those final orders, you want to ensure that those are removed. Those that are waiting to receive that due process, to your point, we want to figure out how can we efficiently and effectively move that process along. And so those are questions that I'm asking.
One of the things you've talked about several times as we've been sitting here talking is about your home state and many things that you want to see happen with your home state. And I want to talk to you about FEMA because as we chat, we're right at the start of hurricane season. And there are many people out there who are seeing sort of a shift with FEMA and perhaps maybe putting more of a burden on preparing and responding to storms on the states. Now, there are many great places in Alabama, Orange Beach, you've got Gulf Shores. I love
that you know that. I love that you know that. We have the most beautiful beaches. I'm telling you, white sandy beaches, beautiful blue water right there on the coast of Alabama. So thank you for noting that.
And I have to mention, I had a chance to cover a football game in Mobile one time. Great city, but you have to worry. You have to worry about those cities.
Home of Mardi Gras.
Exactly. You have to. Do you worry much about what maybe any changes in FEMA could mean as far as preparations to protect those areas, because when those storms ultimately roll into the Gulf, those cities and towns and places could be in the crosshairs.
Yeah, so look, as a Gulf Coast state, we take severe weather very seriously. And so whether it is hurricane season that is coming upon us, whether it is tornado outbreaks that, unfortunately, we have seen more than our fair share of here in Alabama. I personally have been in the middle of a storm that the storm ultimately killed over 200 people in Alabama. We lost our house, our things, our cars. And by the grace of God, I am here on the phone with you today. But we have seen those things, and we understand the devastation that and flooding and other things occur. And so we also understand the importance of local, state, and federal partnerships. So what we'll be doing here, obviously, is making sure that our citizenry is prepared, that citizens of Alabama are prepared, that they understand the importance of creating an emergency weather plan, that they understand the importance of staying tuned when that weather is, and they understand the things that they need to do to keep their family and as much of their property safe as possible. So, one of the things, too, that I brought up more recently in a appropriations hearing with Secretary Wright, probably a little over a week ago, was about grid reliability, specifically about the Department of Energy's efforts to support the Gulf Coast states during this hurricane season to ensure that we had grid reliability and protection. And so, we're continuing to encourage these things all the way across the board. In addition, on my work on Appropriations Committee is making sure that we have radar coverage. There are places in Alabama that unfortunately, and this is in Alabama is not unique to this, but they don't have the type of radar coverage that they need to keep communities safe. So we continue to fight for things like that. We understand, though, the importance of that local, state, and federal partnership. So we've been actively engaged in, what are the plans moving forward? How does this work as a state that has seen its more than fair share of severe weather, and we think we're uniquely positioned to kind of raise our voice and say, hey, here's what's working, here's what's not. Let us be a partner at the table with you.
Most people know you as being that last Republican response to a Joe Biden State of the Union. You did it from your kitchen table. And you talked about a lot of things that you'd like to see and the Republicans would like to see happen. Have a lot of those things happened? And what's still left to come?
Absolutely. Look, President Trump is making sure that he is showing real leadership, that peace comes through strength, and his willingness to engage in things like telling Iran, you will not have a nuclear weapon, and I do not want, we will not allow you to enrich uranium. That is critically important. That kind of leadership from the White House makes a difference. The stark contrast to President Biden, who refused to use the tools in his toolbox. The more we pull the curtain back on what was actually happening during the Joe Biden administration, I think the more the American people see why so many of us were so frustrated and so ready for change.
Alabama U.S. Senator Katie Britt, thank you so much for the time. Thanks for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, I really appreciate it, and I look forward to coming back on.
Absolutely.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're struggling about a Father's Day gift for Dad, here's a gift idea that you can feel really good about. In fact, my dad has one. It's been great for him. He loves it. He just met with his cardiologist. This data is helpful. It's the KardioMobile 6L, the world's first FDA-cleared 6-lead personal EKG. It can detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. KardioMobile is the perfect way for your dad to manage his heart health at home between those doctor's visits. It's small, it's easy to use, and it records right to his phone. He gets 6 different views of his heart. That's 6 times the data of any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. Give the gift of peace of mind for the dads in your life or even for yourself. And now for a limited time, Kardia is giving 10% off to all of my listeners. Just go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use code 10-6L Benson. That's the number 10, 6L Benson, my last name, and get 10% off your KardioMobile 6L in time for Father's Day. Sponsored by AliveCorp.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg.
I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/talk. That's ethos.com/talk.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, June 2nd. This is the Fox News Rundown. An Egyptian national who was in the country illegally on an expired visa has been charged in what the FBI says was a terrorist attack that left at least 8 people injured in Boulder, Colorado.
A man is in police custody after he reportedly set people on fire in Boulder, Colorado. Witnesses say the 45-year-old suspect used a makeshift flamethrower and threw an incendiary device into the crowd. He was also reportedly yelling, quote, "Free Palestine." The FBI immediately described the attack as a targeted terror attack. The group was gathered to raise awareness of Israeli hostages in Gaza. Officials say they expect to hold him fully accountable. Police say the suspect was left with minor injuries and taken to the hospital to be treated.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer, the suspect identified as 45-year-old Mohammed Solomon. Delegates from Ukraine and Russia are meeting today in Istanbul for another round of peace talks. The talks coming after Ukraine attacked several Russia air bases, destroying dozens of Russian aircraft. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Kayal and Company will be there from 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Dawn Stenslin has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment, it's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The new trading week and month opens this morning as the major indices look to build on a positive May, where the Dow gained almost 4%, the S&P 500 over 6%, and the NASDAQ over 9.5%. President Trump holding a rally Friday in Pittsburgh celebrating the planned partnership between U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel. He told steel workers he'll double the tariffs on steel imports. Sunday on CBS's Face the Nation, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent accused China of breaking the terms of the deal, which lowered tariffs on imported Chinese goods from 145% to 30% for 90 days.
They are withholding some of the products that they agreed to release during our agreement. Maybe it's a glitch in the Chinese system. Maybe it's intentional.
And don't forget a highlight this week. Friday, we get the jobs report for May. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin's been in plenty of dangerous situations covering natural disasters and wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, the Middle East, and Ukraine.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine entering its 11th day on Sunday has so far been met with fierce resistance. But Russian President Vladimir...
It's an intense job. A lot of people take time off to relax, maybe sit on the beach. Not Mike, though. He took off just about a month to go climb the tallest mountain in the world, more than 29,000 feet to the top of Mount Everest. At the top, he stopped to do 22 push-ups in recognition of how many veteran suicides are said to be reported on an average day. He and his group reached the final summit last Tuesday.
First step to the summit was probably about 4 hours.
We spoke when he was back down off the mountain in Shigatse, China, in Tibet.
So that is after we left Camp 3, cleared what they call the exit cracks, and gained the ridge, the northeast ridge of Everest. That was probably about 15 minutes to the first step, which is the first big obstacle.
Okay. And because you have to, there are climbs to make the climb, right? It's not like you just show up at the base and go.
No. We spent a long time at the base, frankly, acclimatizing, and then we went up to what is called the North Col. Col is just kind of fancy climber speak for a saddle in one of the ridge lines that comes off the northeast ridge. And we went up to the North Col at 23,000 feet. First slept there without oxygen to kind of really test our acclimatization, and then went back down, got some rest, and waited for the weather window. And the weather window was going to be 1 day. So we had to climb up through 3 days of really 2.5 days of bad weather. And then after that, we made it to Camp 3 in bad weather. And just like clockwork, we had a really good forecast. At midnight, the wind stopped, and we left about an hour and a half, 2 hours later for the summit, and summited in still air. It was quite calm when we got to the summit.
When you say bad weather, do you mean cold, or do you mean wind, or both?
Both. Yeah. When the wind started driving, as we got up toward Camp 2, I've covered a lot of hurricanes. And easily, I would say that was the wind we were in at that point was Category 1 hurricane strength.
Yeah. And when you say good weather, what was that like, besides it being still? How warm was it?
It wasn't that bad. I had on some big, what you call lobster gloves, where your index finger is free, but then the rest of your hand is in a mitten. And when we got up to the top, I swapped out, and just so I could have some more movement with my hands. And I didn't need the super big gloves because the weather had warmed up, probably to what we call 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
Mike, I know you well enough to know that this was not a very surprising thing for you to do. When did you first start thinking about it? When did you first start getting serious about it? And then when did you go about actually starting to plan it?
Well, if we start thinking about it, I think everybody thinks about Everest, right? Isn't everybody a little bit fascinated with it? And then I've climbed for a long time. I've knocked out a lot of the peaks, and I knocked out the sixth highest mountain in the world called Cho-Oyu before COVID. And then I had 2 different teams that I was on through this organization, Alpenglow, that were both blown up by COVID. And I had frankly written it off. And then in October, a guy named Griffin Mims with Alpenglow organization called me, and he said, we got a spot for you on the team. And I had to run it by my wife, and I really had written Everest off up until that point. And then finally, when she said it was okay, I committed, and we put together a training plan, and here we are. Yeah. A great team, too, by the way. Everybody showed up in shape.
I mean, somebody just in your job, not to mention this extracurricular stuff, you have to have a supportive spouse, and Julie has obviously, been that for you.
She's awesome.
Do you need permission to climb? Do you have to qualify for it, or if you've got the cash, you can go?
Yeah, a lot of times if you got the cash, you can go. And you see on the south side of Everest, there's a lot of people who aren't qualified showing up at the mountain. This particular organization that I climbed through, Alpenglow, they invite you. And you have to make sure that you've proven yourself. And in this case, everybody on the team, just about everybody on the team, had already climbed an 8,000-meter peak. And that means above 25,000 feet. And you can only get there in the Himalayas. So before you get asked to climb an 8,000-meter peak, at least through a reputable organization, you should have done something like Aconcagua in South America or Denali up in Alaska, something really big before you go to the Himalayas and really start testing yourself. And before you do the highest mountain in the world, you should really do probably either Cho-Oyu, which is, that's the 8,000-meter peak I had done before that, or Broad Peak in Pakistan.
So somebody like me, athletic-ish, but nowhere like what you've done. If I started, if I said, you know what, I'm going to climb Everest, and I'm going to do everything I need to do to get in shape for that, what's it going to take me? A couple of years?
Yeah, I think a couple of years, maybe more. I would think that you'd want to knock out some mountains like Cotopaxi or Chimborazo in South America. If you really wanted to start on the big mountains, I would say a mountain called Orizaba in Mexico. There's a big volcano that sometimes you can see from Mexico City. Start there and then try to get some of the South American peaks and make sure. Some people, their bodies do really well at altitude. And I've been on teams where there have been ultra marathoners on the team, and we start getting up high and they fall apart.
Yeah. I was speaking completely hypothetically, by the way. I'm not going to do any of this.
Oh, come on.
People do die doing this. Are generally those people that are unprepared or with unreputable or not skilled teams, or is it often people that do know what they're doing but just hit bad luck or bad preparation or bad weather?
Well, you certainly do have skilled climbers. Anatoly Bukriev was killed climbing in the Himalayas. Lobsang Sherpa, a lot of the big names in climbing. It's this risky business. But as far as the carnage that you see, pretty much, the people died this year on Everest. The carnage you see almost every year on Everest is largely because people show up unprepared.
And there are stories that I assume aren't legends of there are human remains up there, right? And not to mention there's trash up there. Did you experience any of that? And whose job is it to clean the summit of Mount Everest?
Well, nobody it's their job. As far as the summit, it wasn't that messy. There were a lot of prayer flags and things like that that are always left up at the summit. The big mess that you see is really on the south side of Everest. I climbed from the north side of Everest, so it's not that bad. Camp 3 on Everest was a dump. There's a lot of trash up there. So it's not really anyone's job to clean it, but the north side of Everest, as far as base camp goes, it was pretty tidy. An advanced base camp, that was pretty tidy. When you started going up high, that's where people start, you're just getting by, and people start getting more careless.
Right. What's the Sherpa business like? I mean, do those guys work for themselves, or do they work for a service? And do you think you maybe saw a mountain that's not going to be the same at some point in the next few years?
Well, no, I think the mountain's a mountain. It's not going to change. As far as the Sherpas go, I'll tell you this. To climb with a Sherpa is to respect a Sherpa. It's really amazing how strong they are and what nice guys they are. They're cheerful. They're eager, very willing to work. They're very encouraged to work. And that's because in the Sherpa community, there really isn't a gross national product other than climbing. So the high altitude Sherpas, they're rock stars in their communities. They're celebrities. I have climbed now twice with a Sherpa named Pasang. And by the way, they're named for the day of, a lot of them are named for the day of the week they're born. So his name is Tuesday Sherpa. And then, kind of like if you're named Mike, everybody calls me Tobin. He goes by the name Piso. And he's a great guy. I've been into the death zone with this guy twice now, and we're forever bonded. And to meet the Sherpas, to work with them, it's just really, it's encouraging to see someone with a very cheerful work ethic and taking on such a high risk job. On the south side of Everest, it's kind of different because they have to work in the Khumbu icefall. And that's where you've seen all the video of the ladders going through the seracs and the glacier, and an icefall is, if you think of a glacier as a river, the icefall is the waterfall, and it's always moving, just moving much slower than a river. And the way you minimize the risk going through the Khumbu icefall is to install those ladders and all the fixed lines. But the problem with that is someone has to go in there and install those ladders and the fixed line and spend a lot of time in there. And they're at risk the whole time they're in there. So I would stop short of condemning the way Sherpas operate on the south side of the mountain, because it's a big part of their livelihood. It's the essence of their economy. But I chose to not be a part of that, so I climbed from the north side.
The reason I asked about the mountain changing is that I read this interview with Kami Rita Sherpa, who's climbed more than anybody else. I think he just finished his 31st climb. Yeah. And he said, look, he's seeing less snow, and he worries about the future, and he worries about the business, and he worries about there being less climbers that will lead to fewer guides, which will lead to fewer climbers, and so on and so on.
Well, I don't know that the mountain is necessarily going to change, and the draw of Everest is not going to change. People are always surprised, particularly after the '96 disaster, that more people showed up the next year and the year following that. The fact that the mountain is perilous in and of itself is the draw. It's why people like me show up here, because it's a challenge. There aren't handrails up here. Up there, pardon me, I'm back down on the mainland now. But so I don't necessarily see it going away. I think Everest is always going to be attractive to people, and as long as there are people willing to climb, there are going to be guiding companies who hire the Sherpas, and the Sherpas will do well compared to most of the Sherpa economy.
Mike Tobin, congratulations, man. It's really, we're all proud of you back here. Fox News international correspondent. Next time you're in town, hit me up. We'll get you a beer.
You bet.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The hottest months of the year are also the most dangerous, not just because of heat waves or storms, but because they stress the power grid to the limit. That's why My Patriot Supply created the Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator. It delivers 3,300 watts of power, enough to run fridges, freezers, power tools, and more, all without gas, noise, or fumes, using free energy from the sun. And for a limited time, when you order a Grid Doctor 3300, you'll get 2 free 200-watt waterproof solar panels, a bonus worth $894. To claim your free panels before this offer ends, shop mypatriotsupply.com/radio. Whether it's summer blackouts, hurricanes, or just peace of mind in uncertain times, the Grid Doctor Solar Generator has your back. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/radio, mypatriotsupply.com/radio, and secure your Grid Doctor 3300 with 2 free solar panels today.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meyer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The FBI is calling it a targeted attack. A man who the FBI said was in the U.S. illegally allegedly fired Molotov cocktails into a crowd of people taking part in a pro-Israel rally in Boulder, Colorado.
The subject has been identified as Mohammed Sabri Solomon, and he's 45 years old.
Denver FBI special agent in charge, Mark McCulloch, at least 8 people injured. Senate's still working on President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin telling Fox Republicans will vote no unless some major cuts are made.
I want to see him succeed. But again, my loyalty is to the American people, to my kids and grandkids. We cannot continue to mortgage their future. The transfer of wealth from old people like me to young people is literally immoral. What's been happening, it has to stop.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
For the first time since 2003, when Andre Agassi did it, an American male is in the French Open quarterfinals. In fact, two have made it through. Tommy Paul and Francis Tiafoe winning in straight sets on Sunday. NASCAR kicked off the second half of the season under the lights Sunday in Nashville. Ryan Blaney took the checkered flag for his first win of the season. 22-year-old Carson Hocevar was second, Denny Hamlin third. Scottie Scheffler won the 50th Memorial Tournament, joining Tiger Woods as the only players to repeat at Muirfield. And Sweden's Maja Stark won the Women's U.S. Open, her first career major. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Herb Simon, owner of the Indiana Fever. Herb, right here. Call the WNBA office and demand they put out the findings of their investigation. You have stained my fan base by saying that we're a bunch of redneck inbred racists, that we're doing, monkey calls at games when it's actually some annoying old lady who's screaming something that it sounds nothing like a monkey. You're saying that racial slurs are being said. Show us the evidence. We take that stuff seriously. Show us what you found. And if you didn't find anything, publicly say it. Absolve us. Demand they at least show the findings. My team is driving revenue for the league and driving ratings. Oh, yeah. And you continue to put out statement after statement about looking into things, and then you don't follow up and tell us what you found. Yeah. If you didn't find anything, you need to say that.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Watch for steel and aluminum prices to go higher, potentially way higher. President Trump says he's doubling tariffs on steel and aluminum to 50% starting Wednesday. He says it'll help U.S. Steel and the deal he's eyeing for it with Nippon Steel. The uncertainty over tariffs translating into weak consumer sentiment for some. The latest read on consumer sentiment by the University of Michigan unchanged from the previous month, but slightly higher than initial numbers for May that were down to one of the lowest levels ever recorded. Those improved numbers came in after a trade deal with China. And the trade dispute with China is ongoing. And it may look like coffee, but increasingly coffee shops are serving up beanless coffee since coffee prices keep rising due to droughts and other climate threats. Coffee alternatives come from things like chickpeas, barley, and date seeds. Only a small share of coffee drinkers, little over 20%, seem interested, though, according to a recent consumer survey. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Come turn the lights and energy up at Citizens Bank Park for another City Connect Friday when the Blue Jays come to town on Friday, June 13th at 6:45. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, June 2nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Captain Kirk, our associate producers.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Bobby. And hello, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy June.
Happy June 2nd. Bye-bye to the rain. Bye-bye to the cold. And welcome to, I guess, summer. We'll give you the full forecast coming up later this morning in the news. Hello, Gregory.
I would like to say that I knew this, but I didn't. Fight Club has just taken on a life of its own.
Everybody loves it.
I've gotten over the weekend so many submissions from Fight Club, for Fight Club, that we're going to be into fights for months to come. So, the Twitter people are sending them in. Ed Durr sending more in to me. The family members. Each of you.
YouTubers.
Contributing. YouTubers. Everybody contributing to Fight Club. So who knew that that segment would take off the way it is? 9:10 every morning we will do Fight Club. But thank you, everybody, for these fights.
It is so popular.
It's fun to watch.
That even Dawn Stenzlin was submitting Fight Club contributions on a Sunday morning at 9:15.
See?
I looked at my phone like, wait a minute, what could Dawn possibly want? Is she okay?
Yeah, it's rare for her to even respond to it.
Dawn's
on a Sunday morning.
Dawn's like, what about this fight? I'm like, we'll put it in the hopper.
Yeah.
It'll be in the rotation. We're stocked up, ready to go. A lot of good stuff on the show today. A big take as Joe Biden reemerged on Friday after we got off the air. He's back. He's raging. We'll talk about that in the big take. Jake Tapper's never-ending grift. How the Democrats believe Blue MAGA could be the future of their party. And an East Palestine cover-up that we have to talk about. Also, Newsweek and Rolling Stone, they always want to troll people. Rolling Stone just takes Trump's bait every time. And then Newsweek with their hypocrisy on, quote, Nazi salutes, the way they covered Elon Musk versus the way they're covering or not covering Cory Booker. We'll get to that this morning. And also, Joy Reid is back, folks. That is right. The return of Joy Reid. We'll tell you where and when so that you can be one of 13 people to consume her moving forward. Cut sheet at 7:45 with Harry Mays. But let's get down to business. Round number one of the news, 6:02, the great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Monday morning. Yes, June the 2nd, 55 degrees will be, well, I think we'll break 70 degrees by lunchtime. Full forecast coming up just ahead. We have in the news this morning, we are sponsored by Independence Seaport Museum. In the news, emergency crews searching into the wee hours of this morning and saying they will return to the scene of a water rescue on the Schuylkill River between Chester and Montgomery counties. One man still missing. So this all began for those emergency crews who were called in last night about 9 o'clock in the evening, Industrial Highway in the city of Pottstown. This is on Kime Street on the other side of the river in North Coventry Township. The Kime Street Bridge, as you may know, is currently under construction, those huge pipes underneath. And so it's believed that these boaters going through, one of them caught within because of those the huge pipes and all that construction as they fix the Kime Street Bridge. At least one man was able to survive. The other's still missing, and a boat was recovered as well. But like I say, about 2:30-ish this morning, those exhausted search crews from Montgomery counties, from neighboring counties as well, they gave up the search temporarily, but they are expected to come back this morning, and they're scheduled to resume this morning to try to find, perhaps it'll be they're not calling it a recovery as of this moment. They're still saying they'll continue to search, but this is a real tragedy here in our region.
Probably significantly more difficult than usual based on all the rain we've had lately, I would imagine.
Yeah, if you notice all the rivers, in other words, the currents are stronger, and you look at how high they're running, and so that certainly contributed. And maybe they couldn't see all the piping because, to your point, Nick, because of all the, the water levels have risen because of all the rain we've had.
Sure.
We have an Uber driver dead. His passengers, they're saying, lucky to be alive after this fiery crash. This is Philadelphia's Fishtown neighborhood. They responded over the weekend in the 1000 block. This is Marlborough Street. And in this one, that's where they found the vehicle fully engulfed in flames. Police say this looks like the driver suffered some kind of a medical emergency before crashing his Hyundai into multiple parked cars. And so, unfortunately, then 3 of those other parked cars, they caught fire. 4 passengers were able to escape without injury. And so they tried to get the driver out. They were unable due to the intensity, they say, of these flames. So the 4 passengers, they got out. We know that they were actually being transported. They called an Uber because the 4 people were heading back to their hotel. They had been to the Roots picnic at the Mann Center over the weekend. So the passengers were visiting this area from Canada, we're told. We had a ton of visitors over the weekend who were visiting the city of Philadelphia. And that really brings me to an update because we know that Philadelphia police had beefed up all the patrols in and around the city of Philadelphia, the Mann Center. We had talked about this last week. This after that so-called the mass shooting, remember, that happened, Lemon Hill, Fairmount Park, where 2 people were killed. In total, 11 were shot. Yesterday, there was a balloon release and a memorial service for 21-year-old Mikhail Bowers. He was killed in that mass shooting, Memorial Day, Lemon Hill in Fairmount Park, along with 23-year-old Amya Devlin. So police said 9 others were injured, many still hospitalized, still recovering. As far as Mikhail Bowers, we've learned that he had 2 young children. And so his family describes him as a hardworking individual. And so they were praying for him, had this huge balloon release. But we now hear from Philadelphia police that they believe that it's possible as many as 6 different guns were fired in that mass shooting in Fairmount Park, Memorial Day, Lemon Hill, in that shooting. As I continue to search for some kind of a description of the shooters,
I was waiting for this.
We do not have a description.
So we know the number of guns, though.
Yes, sir.
Funny, MSNBC, that terror attack that happened in Boulder, Colorado, they were very quick to say, even though the man is Egyptian, they were very quick to say white male.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's a situation like that, we know immediately it's a white male.
Right.
Immediately.
And by the way, in the country, illegally.
Yeah.
In Colorado.
Yes, I know we got to all this, but I want to, I just want to say that, that this is the
agenda identities.
it just annoys me. That's why I ask every day. Do we have a description of the shooter yet? Well, no.
The identity will be revealed when it fits the narrative.
Do we at least know if it's a male, Don Stensland?
They're not really.
Of course.
Everybody's talking about the gun violence.
Yes. Do we know if it's a human?
That some of these firearms may have been produced from, these may have been those untraceable guns that are 3D guns. We have all of that information. We do not have video. We do not have suspect, not even a description from all those eyewitnesses, because we know that was a huge crowd Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that going on. We had thousands of people actually in Philadelphia, 6 and Walnut Street yesterday at the 2025 Philadelphia Pride March and Festival. And so the theme this year for the LGBTQ plus flag, as well as the Pride Parade this year, the theme was LUV, Legacy, Unity, and Visibility. That was the theme here in Philadelphia. I know in Montgomery County they have a flag raising this morning, a Pride flag raising.
Yeah, I'll be raising the flag myself. I'll be out of here. What time is that? Do you know what time the flag goes up? I think it's 8:30.
Yes.
I'll be leaving the show at about 8 o'clock to head back to Montgomery County and be the official flag bearer.
Oh.
I'm really going all out for the next 28 days.
And as we alluded to, the real tragedy that we're learning much more about this morning, as the FBI labeled that hate-fueled fiery attack on American Jews as an act of terrorism. Boulder, Colorado, 6 people in total injured, including one elderly individual who reportedly is a Holocaust survivor.
Jesus.
Well,
this guy screamed "Free Palestine," used a makeshift flamethrower against the crowd, some of whom were elderly folks. They were commemorating Israeli hostages still in Gaza.
Well, we don't know that yet because, according to CNN, the FBI, for rushing to conclude the Boulder attack as terrorism, makes them, quote, look juvenile.
Okay.
So, as of last night, CNN running with the fact that the FBI calling it terrorism, an act of terrorism, juvenile. Juvenile, according to CNN.
How about these stats? I sent these to you guys before the show. I grabbed a screen grab from Fox News. The ADL audited the entire total of anti-Semitic incidents for last year, 2024. We saw a 5% increase from 2023, a 34% increase over the last 5 years, and an 893% increase over the last decade. And we're talking about 9,000+ incidents alone in the United States, the highest on record since the ADL began tracking it 46 years ago. You see what October 7th, 2023 started? This is the intifada happening right here in your own country. for all the college geniuses out there that want to, parade around with a mask on and a headdress and yell "Free Gaza, Free Palestine." This is what you're advocating for, you dopes.
And the details that we're getting this morning, as I said, one of the victims badly burned in this story. The witnesses, there were many eyewitnesses doing live interviews well into the night, talking about what happened, describing the suspect that FBI officials identify as Mohammed Sabri Solomon. There was video.
A white guy.
Of
A white
him
guy,
at the
according to
scene.
MSNBC. A white guy. These effing people.
White guy.
Can we play an eyewitness? This is 33, Phil, if you have it.
There's a woman who was on the ground bleeding out. Oh my gosh, sorry. And then there are two other women whose calves were burned from the fire. And so I just ran over to stay with them and make sure that they didn't lose too much blood from their legs.
And there was a woman that was burning on the ground. And then we noticed two other people that had also been affected by the burns on their legs. And this man was shirtless and was yelling with some kind of accent and was threatening to burn people.
Hasn't Colorado been through enough with terror attacks and shootings and stuff?
Just a couple more since we're here. I want to get this for the early risers out there. 30, Phil. This is the alleged. I guess we have to still call him an alleged suspect. All of these videos were taken on their on people's phones, so the quality might not be that great. But Dawn alluded to the fact that he said "Free Palestine" in this clip. He says this will end when Palestine is free and for us. This is 30, Phil. Roll this.
Well, we can't do it when he's got Molotov cocktails on.
If you are fighting, you have to.
That's what he's got right here. Is Molotov cocktails.
Wow.
So that was the suspect who authorities say was right there on the scene. They identify him as a person who is here illegally from Egypt. And this, as well as they say that, like I say, one of those survivors, senior citizen, at least one, is in critical condition, a Holocaust survivor. He's 45-year-old Mohammed Sabri Solomon. He's identified. They also say, he was yelling "Free Palestine" as he continued the attack, they say. And so we expect more information today.
One more video. This is 31. If you got, there is a video. There is a part here that is a little graphic because you see somebody on the ground. If you don't want to see it, then turn away. But this is a longer clip from this lunatic. Roll this.
We're here, bro. We're here. We can't do nothing about that. We can't do nothing. We can. Not here. You have to end Zionist. Not here, bro. You're not.
People are taking video right now.
I wish I had my gun with me. I'd do it.
Yeah, so would I. Let's put one right in his leg.
Just stay away. Just stay away. He's right there. He's throwing Molotov cocktails right there.
There you can see them dousing a woman with water.
And you're going to jail, man. I don't give a. You don't antagonize.
Wow.
He's not. He didn't do anything.
Look at the way the cop also apprehends him there in that video.
Yep.
I mean, he could have been a little bit, I don't know, a little rougher. He was apprehending a shoplifter.
I mean, he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. But yes, I agree.
Yeah.
In the heat of the moment, we'd want to do this, but yeah. The MSNBC. Can you just roll 32? If you don't hate the media enough, roll this 32.
As far as the investigation itself, we're still trying to verify and confirm some video, but it appears to show a significant portion of the incident as it happened. There's an individual that's taken into custody. He's a white male. Whether or not that's the person that police ultimately arrested and will ultimately charge in this crime, a bit of a question at this time. But
White male.
White male.
It's a white male.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how long they'll stick with that white male labeling, or if they'll eventually pivot to a different branding of the suspect. Terrible.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Real tragedy here. And this just 2 weeks, remember, 2 weeks after another terror attack, that one as 2 Israeli embassy staff members. We've talked a lot about, Sarah, her soon-to-be fiance, Yaron, as they were walking outside a building there, a gathering in D.C., targeted because they were Jewish, executed, shot to death at close range in the nation's capital, and amid a rise in incidents of anti-Semitism, like you said, Nick Kayal, across the nation. So a lot of reaction this morning. I know we'll talk about this morning. I was trying to end on some kind of a positive note because we do know that President Donald J. Trump was taking a victory lap here in Pennsylvania Friday night. And this was in the Pittsburgh area with a whole lot of steel workers, with Senator Dave McCormick saying, with the help of patriots like you, we're going to produce our own metal, unleash our own energy, secure our own future, build the nation, control our destiny, and once again going to put Pennsylvania steel into the backbone of America like never before. Understanding that tariffs going up with those steel tariffs on foreign steel. So many talking about that this morning in financial news. And then as well, the Senate returning, expected to take up that big, beautiful bill talk. What will Senator Rand Paul do? So we have all of that going on with the breaking news. And then, unfortunately, our Phils, swept by the Brewers, lost 5-2 in the latest game.
Come back to earth for the Phils, riding that high for well over a month. It was bound to happen.
Is it time for them to get rid of Topper?
Yeah.
610.
It's Rob Thompson back on the hot seat. Oh, God.
Throwing
Save
him
me.
under the bus.
Save me.
Ouch. I know we'll get to the forecast. Let's get to our sponsor, Independence Seaport Museum. Discover Philadelphia's river of history and world of connections at the Independence Seaport Museum, Penn's Landing. Explore our region's waterways through hands-on interactive exhibits and more. Plan your visit at phillyseaport.org, phillyseaport.org. And I will say as well, not many mentions as far as the month of June, but I will mention to you it's also National PTSD Awareness Month for our military veterans, and also National Safety Month. So be safe. It's also National Smile Month. So as Nick Kayal delivers our forecast, will you be smiling?
Oh, don't.
This is my
Smile
toss.
month.
Dawn, let's
just
put
for
a
Greg
smile
Stalker.
on that face.
Ding.
I already want to hit somebody at 6:18 in the morning.
Yes.
Smile month.
And we still have 3 hours and 42 minutes to go. Philly weather, it's 58 today. We're going to go up to about 73 with plenty of sun. 80s the rest of the week, and even tipping into the 90s on Thursday. Maybe 91 degrees on Thursday.
Wow.
It's here, finally. Thank God.
And then everybody's going to be like, it's hot.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Good.
Oh, I hate this
Good.
weather.
America's obese. We could all afford to just sweat off some fat.
Sweat.
All right. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. A Monday Big Take is on the way next. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It is a Monday, and June has arrived. Kayal and Company live here on June 2nd. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app, watch the show on YouTube, and also reach out on social media at 1210 WPHT on X. Harry Mays will join us for the cut sheet at 7:45. But first, let's get down to business. Time for a new week and another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take, yelling, grifting, and failing. If you thought the left was going to go into the weekend and wrap up May in a quiet, dignified, and successful way, you haven't been paying attention. Joe Biden is back, by the way. The big guy full of piss and vinegar on Friday in this listening area. And I think we all realize that Joe Biden is very bitter, but he's also the victim of elder abuse. As Jilly from Philly, she keeps trotting him out to scoop up a paycheck with speech after speech. Here's the 46th president of the United States in one of his random outbursts from Friday. Listen and watch.
The idea of America was founded on, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We meant it. That's who we are. That's what makes America the most unique nation in the world, literally, not figuratively. In fact,
Yikes. Can't stick the landing. And then again, the annoying cough. Anybody else having flashbacks to Dana Carvey and the impersonation of Joe Biden? Then, in front of reporters from CBS 3 and 6 ABC, right here in Philadelphia, Joe plays the tough guy card. Listen and watch this.
I'm mentally incompetent, and I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want to reply to any of those reports, and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? Because I'd have beaten them.
I'm pretty sure Joe Biden just said that he could beat Jake Tapper's ass. I actually think he could. And speaking of Tapper, let's go from the yelling and the threatening of Joe to the grifting of Jake. If I was Jake Tapper's advisor, I would tell him to shut it down. Stalker was right. This speaking tour, it's not helping him. Listen and watch.
I didn't vote for Biden or Trump. I can't stand either party, to be quite honest. That wasn't a bias of mine in terms of shaping my reporting. But like, what was shaping my reporting was, I think the fact that like there were just a lot of people lying to us, and I should have just been more skeptical about the fact that they were lying to us. But there were just so many people on the inside, and so many Democratic legislators and so many members of the cabinet and everything that were just completely gaslighting the country.
So you don't vote for either side, but your reporting is 100% in favor of Democrats and 100% against Trump and Republicans all of the time. So you're basically just a network puppet. That's what you just admitted. Because Jake Tapper has gaslighted America for a decade during the Trump era of American politics. And he's gaslighting us again as he lights what's left of his career on fire. One more tidbit on the past with the Biden administration, and this is actually a massive story. News Nation, no friend of Trump's, no way, right of center media, with a major bombshell over the weekend about FEMA, the Biden administration, and the intentional failures to preserve the health of residents of East Palestine, Ohio, after that major train derailment and the contamination of the environment. Listen and watch this report.
It's one thing to think that the government accidentally botched its response to that toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. It's another thing altogether to learn that the government may have purposely deceived residents about health concerns stemming from that huge toxic plume of smoke. New documents exclusively provided to News Nation show that FEMA, the Biden White House, and other federal agencies knew that there could be carcinogens in the air and chose to stay quiet about it, even avoiding residents who were asking for help and pleading for answers. News Nation's Rich McHugh is live in East Palestine, Ohio. Rich, these documents that you've tracked down are pretty damning.
Yeah, it's really shocking, honestly, to read through these hundreds of pages of these FEMA emails, these internal emails, because on the one hand, Elizabeth, it affirms everything that these residents have been saying since day one. They have legitimate health concerns and they're sick. The more troubling aspect is, though, in these internal emails between FEMA and the White House, privately, they agree with those assessments. But what they've said publicly is the exact opposite.
More details from that report coming up during the cut sheet. So if we're tracking the last 4 years, the Biden administration, they covered up Joe's health. They covered up your health with COVID shots, vaccines, mask efficacy, so forth and so on. And of course, they cover up the possibility of cancer clusters in East Palestine, Ohio. But let's look at the state of the Democrat Party today. Folks, they're getting desperate. Last week, they selected Olivia Herrera, a disabled, queer-identifying 22-year-old female, to be the one who brings men back to the Democrat Party. If you thought that was laughable, get a load of this. Welcome to Blue MAGA. Here's the cover of Vanity Fair for June 2025. Phil, you can post this cover of the magazine on YouTube. Headline, Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, believes Blue MAGA can save the Dems, and Steve Bannon loves it. They write, Silicon Valley's congressman wants to revive his party's fortunes with his own version of progressive populism. MAGA leaders and Rust Belt workers are listening. Can Ro Khanna pull it off? The answer is no. Ro Khanna is not the face, Ro Khanna is not the voice, and plagiarism is sniffed out easily these days. Just ask countless Harvard professors and Ivy League elites who've been caught. Forget Blue MAGA. The Democrats, they could use Blue Chew because their platform and their party has gone completely limp. CNN highlighted just how impotent they've become on Sunday morning. Listen and watch this.
How Americans sort of see the parties. Which party is better described as the party with strong leaders? Look at this. Wow. 16% of Americans say Democrats, 40% say that of the Republican Party. Now, overall, no party's doing great. Lots of Americans say neither of these qualities apply to either party. But look at how much worse off the Democrats are. A party that gets things done. Only 19% of Americans say that about the Democrats. 36% say it about the Republicans.
Those numbers show you just how dire things have become for the left. So what do? Well, you begin the propping up tour. 2026 will be here before you know it, as will 2028. Phil, please post another magazine cover. It's AOC time, baby. The Rolling Stone interview. The people will show me the way, she says. A feature that delves into her oligarchy tour, artificial intelligence, cuts to Medicaid, and taking on Donald Trump. If she returns to her district, I think her people will show her the way, as in the way the hell back out of the Bronx. Because according to many reports, she is about as well received in the Bronx as a Yankees free agent who signed a big deal and then hitted 200 for the season. Fighting the oligarchy, fighting Trump, fighting the truth, fighting for illegal aliens, fighting for men and women's sports. The Democrats have the fight of their lifetime on their hands right now, all because they fight for the wrong things. Joe of the past, Jake presently, Blue MAGA, AOC, the future. There's a phrase in life that goes something like this. Pick your battles wisely. The left always picks the wrong ones. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, Dawn, your thoughts? Joe's anger, Jake Tapper hates both parties, Blue MAGA, or maybe the East Palestine, Ohio cover-up, or all of it.
Yeah, I think as far as the Joe Biden situation, I will say this. I think everybody's in agreement that this is a bad look for Jake Tapper. I don't know what his book sales are, but I think for all of these individuals that covered this up, we shouldn't focus on Jake Tapper or his so-called investigative book that never names any source, never names anybody as to who knew what. It's clear everybody who had any access to the former president certainly knew, but it was weird. I know that this was going viral overnight, that President Trump on his Truth Social account had retweeted this long thread that's right, that said something to the effect of Joe Biden assassinated 2020.
Yeah, some grifter said, quote, executed in 2020 and replaced with a robot clone. And, of course, Trump retweeted it or reposted it, and everybody loses their mind. I mean, they just take his bait every single time. Like, yes, Trump is aware that Joe Biden really is alive. He's messing with people, and they fall for it. Trump is like the fisherman that puts a little bit of bait on the lure. You have to forgive me if I get the verbiage wrong. I'm not an astute fisherman, but I think you put the lure on the little hook. You throw it out there. You cast your rod, and then the stupid fish bites. And next thing you know, it's caught up in his gill, and you reel him in. That's what Trump does with these people, and they fall for it every time, Don.
Yeah, they did. People were, so this was being, pushed out there by social media. It said, there is no hashtag Joe Biden executed in 2020, hashtag Biden clones, doubles, and robotic engineered, soulless, mindless entities are what you see. Democrats don't know the difference. So that was somebody else's thing. And to Nick's point, I guess the bait on the bobber or whatever was out there with Trump just kind of pushed it out, reposted it, and bam, it just went viral. So I just think it's one of those things where nobody doubts that somebody knew and that the truth will come out. But I still don't know do you guys, who was in charge? Who was running things?
Right.
Who was in charge of the auto pen? We want answers.
I've never seen books. I've never seen a book tour like this, by the way. Phil, if you can, see if you could tell us.
I have it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Because I'm my own producer. 53,000 units sold for the first week. And that may sound like a lot. But by comparison, Bob Woodward's book, Fear, Trump in the White House, sold 1.1 million copies in its first week.
1.1 million to 53,000.
Yes.
Holy smokes. Now, do we know if that's number one on the New York Times list?
So the New York Times that's such a, you could.
Is that Fugazi?
You could buy 6 books and, if you play the game right, because I've been doing this for a long time. If you play the game right, you can be on the New York Times bestseller list.
Okay.
So I wouldn't put that. So this article was written on the 29th of May.
Okay.
And on that day, Amazon had the book at number 3, but it was at that point it was starting to drop.
Okay.
So
all the media blitzes on Amazon, he reached number 3 and has returned back to lower levels.
So this is I'm getting this from Showbiz 411. They said that's about 1/10 of the people who watch Tapper's nightly show.
1/10. Well, yeah, I guess you're right? 53,000.
Yep.
1/10 is about 500,000.
Yep.
Wow.
So there you go. So the book sale is not going super well for Jakey.
I have never seen, and we were talking about this after the election in December, then again after the holidays in January, and again in February, the nosedive that the mainstream media has taken, whether it's MSNBC in primetime, CNN's entire lineup all day long, all night long. Now you throw in book sales that are, you said 1.1 million for Bob Woodward in the first week to Jake Tapper's 53,000.
Yep.
I just gave you the numbers on Friday about MSNBC. They've lost 40% of their audience. Nobody's watching Jen Psaki. Here we are 7 months removed from the media's crash and burn post-election, and they still haven't recovered anybody.
Yeah.
I was wrong. I thought for sure by the time we got to March or April that people would go back to watching because they want their pound of flesh with Trump. They have TDS. They want to tune into Rachel Maddow or whoever else is, a carnival barker and just, ripping Trump to shreds for every time he breathes or passes gas. They're gone.
Yeah.
They're gone. They might never come back. This is wild. I know I was way off base on this, but I just want to mention this. I know we have a longer version of this for the cut sheet. This FEMA story with the White House should be one of the main headlines today in the media if we had a fair and honest media. You think about it. I just saw before the show started, they showed Joe. They were talking about the East Palestine thing in the Fox and Friends warm-up show from 5 to 6. They showed the footage of Joe when he returned to East Palestine, Ohio for the first time, February 16th of 2024. That was about a year and a week after the train derailment, which I believe was February of 2023. And now just through a basic Freedom of Information Act request, we find out that they were aware of the dangers with the cancer and everything else, water. Remember that little staged bit where they sent the EPA people in to people's houses? That water tastes good. And then they brought in some politicians. And I think it was Mike DeWine, the Republican from Ohio governor. He sipped the water, and so did some other people of the Biden administration. All the cover-ups when it comes to our health, the president's health, children's health. We've got a COVID vaccine story for kids, a study that we're going to get to in the second hour of the show. How is this not one of the top 2 or 3 stories in the national media today? I mean, News Nation gets this, and I think that report ran on, what was May 31st, was Saturday, I believe. And that's like a late Saturday night News Nation telecast where probably 6,400 people in America saw it. Just unbelievable.
As far as FEMA with North Carolina and those victims that we've talked a lot about with the flood victims in North Carolina, post-Hurricane Helene, there was a story over the weekend that President Trump had, quote, turbocharged the emergency aid process to provide all the 100% coverage of the federal cost share in North Carolina for all that public assistance.
Mm-hmm.
So the folks in North Carolina, according to the government stats, are receiving $484 million. So this is the max public assistance through FEMA that they could receive from the federal government.
And a lot of that,
and
a lot of that region was Trump country. Remember that? Heading into the election, people were concerned that they might not be able to get out to vote. Oh, by the way, if you recall, East Palestine, Ohio, that district voted 73% Republican. 855-839-1210. The number is, what was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Greg.
I was telling you families right.
Okay. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back. We'll get to the hypocrisy of media coverage when it comes to a Democrat versus a Republican, and it all centers around these Fugazi Nazi salutes. Cory Booker, come on down. But first of all, let me tell you about our friends with Families Behind the Badge. Before you know it, it will be here. I think it was 6 weeks yesterday, the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's the 38th edition, and it's coming up on Sunday, July 20th. There's tons of options. You can ride 65 miles. You could ride 30. You could ride 10 on the route from Philly to Atlantic City. I was just told I'll have my bike later this week. Time to get training and be a part of the family-friendly celebration.
You called me out, and you don't even have your bike yet. Remember the countdown? Remember the countdown to Greg getting his bike? Will Greg ever get his bike?
Yep.
Will Greg ever get his bike?
You got it
don't
before I
even
did.
have your bike yet?
It's not my fault.
Oh, man. It's not my fault.
Have you gone out and trained once yet?
Of course I have.
All right,
How
then
dare you? I was doing it yesterday.
You have a leg up on me.
How dare you?
I have hopefully 5 weeks to catch up.
GregStockerSucks.com.
That is correct.
Go there and donate.
Register to ride with me and Team 1210. I'll be back as the captain of 1210, even though Stocker will probably finish before me.
The hideous human.
I'll just hang out in the back with the other fatzos. We'll all ride together. And you could join. And if you don't want to join with the ride, you could just donate for the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they will take off $25 off the registration fee. That's Ben, the number 2, Shore, SHORE.org. Promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. And it's all organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, where they provide immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connect cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, Navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
At KiaofCherryHill.com, choose from over 450 new Kias, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback,
Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
For governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
What have we done with innocence? It disappeared with time. It never made much sense.
647, Kayal Company. Happy Monday. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend. And hopefully all of you are ready for summer weather. It is fast approaching. I think we're finally in the clear, folks. March is officially over. No more 50s until it dips down to that in nighttime. 855-839-1210. Great cut sheet coming up today with Harry Mays. Great week, actually. Tony Bruno will join us on Wednesday. We have our Veteran Spotlight for the first Wednesday of the month in June. And then on Friday, yes, Kayal Company and The Dawn Show, we will be out once again live on location for 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet of the Month. Look at Philly, he even threw up the graphic. Beautiful German Shepherd, the Mercedes-Benz of Westchester dealership, Stalker's beautiful jacket, Dawn's beautiful face, and my fat head, all perfectly lined out perfectly. Look at that. Friday, June 6th, The Dawn Show, where we will have coffee, we will have donuts, we will have dogs, lots of coffee, more coffee, lots of Dawn, some of me, some of Greg, and hopefully all of you. It'll be a fun time. Adopt the pet.
I'm calling everybody out. I need everybody to show up there. We're going to be there at 6 a.m. You should be there at 6 a.m. So Brandywine SPCA, Brandywine Valley.
Yes,
SPCA.
Brandywine Valley SPCA.
They're excited about this. They reposted all of our social stuff. They're so looking forward to this. We're going to get some dogs, cats, something. We're going to get some animals adopted. So please come out. What's the likelihood that one of us adopts something?
I'm available for adoption. I just want to say that. If you want to scoop me up and bring me home with
you.
Yeah.
Yes, for the right price. Male or female, since it's Pride Month.
Yeah, come out to a Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, right there on, what is that?
Westchester Pike.
Thank you. Westchester Pike.
Yes.
In Westchester.
Very easy.
Yeah, we'll be right out
accessible.
front. Hopefully it's nice weather because
it's going to be almost 90 degrees that day.
We're outside, kids.
Oh, we're doing it outside.
Yes, of course. How dare you?
Oh, I figured we'd be inside one of the glass showrooms.
No, we're going to be out there in the weather.
Oh, okay.
In the elements.
All right.
So
should I bring, from football, like we have like the tents, like the nice
We
ones.
have a tent? What is
do?
wrong with you?
Okay.
Bring some SPF 50 for us.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, I don't want to burn. Although from 6 to 10, the UV rays are pretty low. So that should be all right. I'll be sweating, though. You get to see me sweat.
You're hanging out, bro. Like we're all doing this. Dawn is auctioning off, but you're hanging out too. So don't 9:57. You're
no, that's fine.
Running out of there.
Yeah. And if anybody gets on my nerves, I'll just hop into a supercharged Benz and run you over.
Earn your keep here.
Yeah. I'll hang out. You're just gonna get to see me sweat.
Oh God. Ugh.
Good sight. All right. Let's get to this. I've got to call out Newsweek because we've got multiple headlines here. Phil, let's go with the screenshot of the headlines. I believe this was K1, and we're going to see a side-by-side of what Newsweek decided to report and how they decided to frame it. You see it on YouTube. On January 27th of 2025, 80 years after Auschwitz, Elon Musk keeps the fascist salute alive. That was an opinion column from Newsweek about 4 or 5 months ago. And then on Saturday, Cory Booker did the same exact thing. We will show you the video evidence in a moment. But on May 31st, Newsweek publishes this. MAGA accuses Democratic Senator Cory Booker of doing Nazi salute. Now, Phil, let's go to K2. We have both salutes, and I use salutes in air quotes because I don't think either one are a Nazi salute. But again, this is what Dawn talks about, media bias by omission, and the way they put slants on things. Let's watch side by side, simultaneously, Elon Musk and Cory Booker do the exact same thing. Roll it. Keep rolling it. I want to watch it on loop. Like I'm on ketamine, like I'm Elon Musk, according to the New York Times. Look at that. Hands on the chest, fingers spread, and boom. Hand over the heart, and out. Now, do those look almost identical?
Yes.
I would say a 9 out of a 10 as far as identical matches. Now, one is a Nazi salute, and the other is MAGA loses their mind over Cory Booker. So Newsweek, mainstream media, how do you want to do it? How should we handle this? Same exact thing, completely different coverage.
The only difference is that Elon Musk is zooted out of his mind there.
And biting his lip.
Yeah, so that's the only difference.
And I would say the other,
the drugs are running high in Elon in that one. But no, there's absolutely
and one
no
guy's
difference.
kind of on the spectrum with autism, right? So I think everything that Elon Musk does, whether he's sober or perhaps taking something allegedly, I want to say allegedly, I don't know that that's true.
I mean, he's admitted to it.
Yeah, but now the report is that he's abusing it, I guess, according to the New York Times, that he's on so much ketamine.
Did you see him in the Oval Office on Friday?
I did.
I have video proof that
Okay.
he was bombed out of his mind.
I'm very hesitant to run with anything that I see on X anymore because I have no idea if it's manufactured.
No, you're not.
That was a nasty hit piece by the New York Times.
I agree.
That they assigned, think about that, they assigned 2 reporters dating back from Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, here in Pennsylvania when Elon took the stage. And they, in my humble opinion, they put out a hit piece. Elon took the stage, supported
Elon
Trump,
admitted to doing drugs. He admitted to doing drugs.
So
he
did
said
Obama.
it. He
So did
said it.
Obama.
But doing
Obama
it versus
admitted to doing cocaine. So,
Right.
so the fact that he they were saying the headlines were horrible, Greg, and they put that hit piece out on the same day that he was to be celebrated at the White House
As
at
he's
1:30.
leaving.
You don't think that's a hit piece?
Yeah,
that they
absolutely
had
is. Yes.
They assigned 2 reporters, not just one. 2 reporters go out and find the dirt.
And now they quote 12 sources.
There's video evidence of him in the Oval Office on Friday with his eyes rolling in the back of his head like he's on Molly.
He's definitely on something. No doubt about
Give
it.
me a
I don't dispute that.
Give me a break.
But look at the coverage, though. Here's the difference. Hunter Biden, it's, Hunter Biden's got a drug addiction. Everybody's affected and afflicted by addiction. We all can relate to the family alcoholic or the family druggie. But with Elon Musk, it's like, he's got 12 sources. He's snorting this and popping this.
Here's my take. Yes, he's on drugs.
Yes,
and
agreed.
I don't care.
Agreed.
As long as he gets what he's supposed to get done.
Right.
I could care less what he's on.
Same here. Same
So I believe that, yes, he's on drugs. Yes, he does drugs. But I also don't care.
No, I don't either. I'm just looking at it from a media coverage standpoint. I'm supposed to be sympathetic for Hunter Biden and his drug addiction, but the New York Times can drag him on his way out on his final day and say he had daily ketamine, occasionally mixed with ecstasy, psychedelic mushrooms, both in private and public gatherings. He admitted to having depression and taking ketamine, taking it roughly every 2 weeks. But then, according to sources around him, he had 20 pills on him at one time. He was also taking Adderall. I mean, this was like a total hit piece to make him out to be a junkie. And maybe he is a junkie. But then just don't tell me that I have to feel sympathetic for Hunter.
Did we speculate for years on this radio show that White House officials were doping up?
Oh, I think everybody, not everybody, I shouldn't say that, but I think a lot of people in politics are on something.
No, but weren't we speculating that doctors and everything were doping up Joe Biden to get him out there?
Yep.
So what's the difference? What's the difference? We can sit here and speculate that, but it's a hit piece for the New York Times to write about Elon Musk?
Oh, no. Well, to me, it's just, look, if you have a drug addiction, then we have to be consistent with, hey, we don't get to just coddle 154. And by the way,
I didn't say he had a drug addiction. I never said he had a drug addiction.
No, I'm talking about Hunter. I'm talking about Hunter. I mean, both of these guys are men in their 50s, right? Like, my stance has been with Hunter, and I'll be consistent with Elon Musk. Like, at some point, you just kind of wash your hands with people. Like, if you're a family member or a friend, you've tried to help them for 10, 15 years to beat the habit or whatever, and they don't want to do it. Like, I don't hold it against people that are like, you know what, bro, I tried. I'm moving on. To me, my whole beef is the way they cover it for the Bidens versus Elon Musk in the media. That's
just
all.
To put our qualifier to your point that there's a lot of swirl about this as far as Elon Musk. He did post over the weekend, quote, not, in all caps, not taking drugs. He said that he tried prescription ketamine a few years ago, but has not taken it since then. And he said over the weekend he had posted this in writing, saying that the New York Times had, quote, lied. So that's from Elon Musk, his side of the story. Will he sue? Will he say they slandered him? But he says it was prescription ketamine. He says he is not taking drugs.
Okay,
well, we
have the video.
Just putting out your legal
we have video evidence that shows his eyes rolling in the back of his head.
But maybe that, I don't know what.
Okay, Dawn.
I didn't do a drug test. I don't have any of a drug test.
The woman who's never done drugs knows what somebody who's on drugs looks like. Okay.
Well, you never done any drugs? Neither have I. Actually, I take that back. I did marijuana one time. I told you guys about that.
I did marijuana.
I did marijuana once. Remember that?
Says,
I was like Elon. I'm like,
I did marijuana.
He took the pot.
Yeah, exactly.
I did. It was the gummy, and it rocked me. Never again. 855-839-1210. Dawn's got news to kick off hour 2. Then we are going to get to one of the biggest COVID studies for children, and of course, not conducted in America, and certainly not reported here by the American media, except we'll cover it on this show. Hour 2's next. Stay right there.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you suffer a work injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say there are never, ever any upfront fees, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, it's Rich Zeal. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everybody. Hour number 2 underway on a Monday morning, 7:03 here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always free, always live on the Odyssey app. Watch the show on YouTube. Download the podcast on demand. Spotify, iTunes, the old-fashioned way, 1210WPHT.com. Tell your friends, tell your family. Spread the word. Fight Club coming up in just over 2 hours. The newest. Has Fight Club surpassed the Cut Sheet in popularity of content on the show?
It may have. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, it's never technically part of the Cut Sheet.
I get a lot of thank you, Def Leppard. I get a lot of requests for cuts, but never as many as I'm getting for Fight Club.
Yes.
Like your sister.
Yep.
Actually, your sister's cut
He's
is
up
featured.
today.
It's featured this morning. So
Yeah.
Aaron's cut is Fight is in the hopper for Fight Club today. But I've had so many people text me, email me, tweet me. fights. It's amazing.
It's just proof that Americans love a good car crash.
Yeah.
We can't take our eyes off of disasters.
Exactly.
Americans love action and conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And as Jimmy Kelly says, fights equal ratings. 855-839-1210. All right, cut sheet 745 with Harry Mays. A couple of other stories to get to before we get there, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, good morning as we're in June now, June the 2nd. We're looking at 55 degrees with a warm-up beginning in your forecast. So we do have crews searching for a man whose canoe had tipped over on the Schuylkill River. This is in the area of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. They searched until the wee hours of this morning. It went missing, apparently tipped over around 9 o'clock last night. And the emergency crews there were receiving many calls, 911 calls for rescue, for a rescue here. So Chester County dispatchers say a canoe with 2 people inside had tipped over. One person was able to make it to shore. Another man who is in his 20s went under the water and did not resurface. So we know that those rescue crews from both Chester as well as Montgomery counties, along with Pennsylvania State Police, searching, like I say, into the wee hours of this morning, 2:30 a.m.-ish this morning, called off the efforts for the night, and they're expected to resume the search within the next 2 hours. We know this is around that Kime Street Bridge, if you're familiar with this area. Fast-moving waters, as Nick had pointed out earlier, because of all the rain, we do have the waters. They're rising. Maybe they couldn't see the construction and all the pipes in that as they try to rebuild the Kime Street Bridge, and they believe that was a mitigating factor here. But, despite this valiant effort by all of these rescue crews coming in, they could not recover this young man who went under. Real tragedy here.
Not to take a shot at anybody, but it's when the weather's really bad and the tide is moving fast, whether it's the Schuylkill or the Delaware or the ocean. Are you going to get into a canoe? I don't know. A canoe seems like a very unsafe thing to be in when water is rising as quickly as it's been. I mean, how much rain have we had in the last 10 days?
Yeah, a ton.
Yeah.
I think the big issue, the question I have is that I know for us, we love boating in our family.
So do I.
We always wear that orange, some kind of a vest.
Yep.
No matter what you're doing. Some people say, oh, it's uncomfortable, this and that. No, wear the vest, because if, let's say, there are pipes or something unforeseen, you have a boat tip over, whatever, you hit your head, that vest is going to keep your head above water.
Yeah. We always wore the safety vests when we were boating in Nashville on the lake, especially after you've been drinking. that vest comes in handy.
Yeah, it's so true. So we have, all of that going on. We do have today in the news a lot of reaction as far as Governor Josh Shapiro is responding to what's going on with the attack that happened, that we've been talking a lot about. That's the lead story nationally and locally here, as Governor Josh Shapiro, who himself, he and his family, his wife and children at the governor's mansion. Of course, there was an act of, quote, domestic terrorism, as the governor's mansion here in Pennsylvania was lit and set on fire in a case of so-called domestic terrorism within an anti-Semitic attack. Well, now we have the reaction from the governor as well as many officials locally, nationally. They're all condemning this horrible situation that's going on as we cover it and expect more information of that fiery attack on American Jews as an act of terrorism, according to the FBI. This happened in Colorado, injuring, now we know, a total of 8 people, as this suspect screamed, "Free Palestine," used a makeshift flamethrower to set a crowd, including elderly folks, senior citizens, one of whom we know has been identified as a Holocaust survivor. Some of these individuals who were set afire in critical condition this morning. The video footage is harrowing, and the alleged attacker, the FBI officials, have taken him into custody as he had gone on a tirade. He was captured on camera about Palestine and calling for death to, quote, Zionists, before he tossed incendiary, whatever that was, alcohol or some kind of fuel. He had tossed the containers at people, and this was a crowd of people who had gathered there in Boulder, Colorado, to remember and pray for the hostages that have been held for well over 600 days somewhere in caves below Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Let me give you both MSNBC's website and CNN's website. Here's the headlines, Dawn. MSNBC.com. 8 injured in attack on Israeli hostage advocates in Boulder, Colorado. CNN.com. Officials identified the suspect who injured 8 at a Jewish community event in Colorado. No mention of the identity of where the guy is from, and you do not see or hear the word terror or terrorism or terrorist attack in either headlines.
Or the fact that he was here illegally, right?
Or the fact that he was here illegally. You would just think that this is a random run-of-the-mill act of violence.
How many situations like this do we have to go through before, the media sits up and takes notice? We're literally a week removed.
Yep.
Literally a week removed from 2 Israeli ambassadors who worked at the embassy being gunned down in cold blood.
You want to do the weave like Trump likes the weave? I'm going to weave it for you perfectly. I'll answer your question with another question, and I'll flip it back to Dawn. How about this for the weave? When does Pennsylvania governor and fellow Jew Josh Shapiro go to battle and go to war, figuratively here, against his own party that screams about anti-Semitism, that is hell-bent on terrorizing Jews? Because here's what's going to happen. Josh Shapiro could very well have presidential aspirations, which I think he does. But eventually, it's going to come to a head, right? You're going to have the far left of the party, pro-Palestine, anti-Israel, butting heads with Josh Shapiro. When does... And Dawn, you mentioned Shapiro is speaking out because he is a victim of a Molotov cocktail, arson job himself. When does he just go scorched earth on the far left people in his party? Or will he not do that?
He's condemning the attack. That's a horrible attack, but not, to your point.
I want to see him and Omar and AOC just colliding on this issue because it's totally destroyed their party.
They're saying they're identifying the suspect as an Egyptian national and visa overstay person.
Visa overstay.
Yeah, it's like when you stay at a party for too long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just like
overstay.
that. He overstayed his welcome.
For well over 2 years.
Honey, it's 7:15. We got to get going. We've been here way too long. We were supposed to be out of here at 5:30.
Oh my God.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's a visa overstay.
Yeah, so we got that one going on.
Okay.
We have, by the way, the U.S. State Department has ordered all U.S. embassies and consulates to immediately begin additional vetting for anybody seeking a visa to travel to, quote, Harvard University for any purpose. So we have that going on as that's another headline.
By the way, these college campuses that the fact that they look, I am number one. My biggest issue is free speech. You guys both know that about me. I will defend that to the death. But you can't not see what's going on college campuses and say, hey, you know what? We have a problem here.
Mm-hmm.
When they say intifada and they say all this nonsense, they effing mean it.
Oh, yeah, they mean it.
They mean it. And it's playing out in the public square right now.
Mm-hmm.
And people need to do something about it.
These psychos think they're going to the afterlife by killing others and killing themselves in the process. They're willing to die for it. And we just don't. And by the way, more media analysis on Philly.com. Top 2 stories, nothing related to that Boulder story.
What?
Washington Post, Russia-Ukraine is the lead story. Yeah. New York Times, Russia-Ukraine, #1 story. Yes, and Philly.com, the top 2 pictures, top 2 headlines about how Doge closed campgrounds at Pennsylvania's biggest lake, and 5 neighbors and 4 months later, how the Northeast Philly plane crash changed one street forever.
And by the way, don't come at me because you know who you are. All these people that come at me, you guys are a bunch of Israel apologists. F you. F you. Look what's happening here. Turn it off. I don't need you or want you.
This is still the news, by the way.
Wow. So after a day after many were calling this, the Pearl Harbor for Russia, as Ukraine had conducted these strikes on distant Russian air bases. And so that's why they were calling these drone attacks as far as a Pearl Harbor situation, awaking the sleeping giant, meaning Russia.
Yeah, let's not take our eye off this ball either.
Yeah, I know.
Because this is not. Yes, they're calling it Pearl Harbor.
They're calling it massive drone attack deep inside Russia, lays bare Putin's vulnerability. But remember, the two are set to have talks again today.
Oh boy!
So this in real time. This is all going on. There are differing accounts on the extent of the ensuing damage of yesterday's so-called spiderweb operation. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that 40 Russian aircraft, 34% of Russia's strategic cruise missile carriers, were struck. Ukraine's Secretary of Service put the estimated cost to the Kremlin at $7 billion. So Ukraine, this is their media blitz as well as this drone strike. But many are watching this very carefully. They were set to have peace talks. Going on today.
They said that they've been planning this for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
This Operation Spiderweb or whatever it was. But yeah, it's not great. No. It's not great right now.
Whose media blitz was bigger, Russia, Ukraine, or Jake Tapper's book?
So it's not a pretty situation. So I know we'll talk about this moving forward, but just President Trump, as he was in Pennsylvania Friday, that's another big headline for us in Pennsylvania. What about U.S. Steel marking a deal that Trump says helped strike the deal between Japan-based Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel to bring in, while keeping the steel manufacturer under U.S. control. President Trump taking that victory lap, but what does that look like as Trump also instills these 50% tariffs on other steel not made in the U.S.? So that's a real question mark here that we'll continue to look at. But it was a big victory lap Friday over the weekend, so a lot of union workers putting that out there, and Senator Dave McCormick as well was there and giving credit for part of this negotiation. So we have that going on, which is nice. As far as our Phils, we did lose 5-2 yesterday, and as well losing the swept by the Brewers, I should say. So not a good look for our Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed in Rob Thompson. I thought they were going to run the table the rest of the year and not lose a game, not lose the series, but they faltered. It's a bad look. By the way, I was grocery shopping yesterday, and I ran into a guy in like aisle 3. I swore for a moment it was Brandon Marsh from the Phillies. He had the long hair. He had the full beard. He was wearing a Phillies T-shirt and a Phillies fitted hat. Legitimately looked like Brandon Marsh. I walked up to him, I'm like, dude, you look like you're the center fielder for the Phillies. He's like, yeah, I get that every time. It's a good life. He goes, yeah, it's a good life to live. And he starts giggling and walks by.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I like to socialize with the people when I'm at the grocery store. I'm not an AirPod guy. Leave me alone. Don't approach me. It's all about the interactions, the ambiance of the store. It's cathartic, Dawn. I feel good at the grocery store.
This moment, Nick at the grocery store.
That's right.
Is it Acme or Aldi?
Yes.
We take you inside.
Yes.
And, to look at the inside of the forecast, even though we're at 56 degrees-ish this morning, the sun is out, and I think Nikhil's going to give us an improving forecast?
Oh, that's right. All the people that said, Nick, ever since you started doing the weather sponsor and the weather read, the weather has been awful. What do you have to say now? 73 degrees today, folks. And by the way, I'm going to use a weather person terminology, abundant sunshine. Abundant. That's right. Weather.com, abundant. 73 is the high for today. 80s the rest of the week, and we might hit 90 on Thursday and on Friday. Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, that'll do it. Kayal and Company News Live for round number 2, hour 2. We'll come back, get to the largest COVID study for children that you're not going to hear on mainstream media. That's coming up next, and then we get to the cut sheet with Harry Mays. And now we pivot to Piazza Auto Group. That's right. You've heard me talk a lot about their extensive crossover and their SUV lineup lately at Piazza Mazda. And right now, they have something for everybody. This is great. They are offering 1.9% financing on a litany of SUVs and crossovers. How about the capable CX-50? Or if you need more space, your wife, girlfriend, maybe wants the third row, try the CX-90. Everybody loves the third row these days. And also the CX-70 plug-in hybrid, the sleek Mazda CX-5 or the sporty CX-30. Those are available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Shop with confidence at Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com today.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Dom Giordano at noon, Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Reach out, touch faith.
Mustard. Scale and Company, 724 as we continue. It's a Monday morning. Nick Dawn and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. Harry Mays will join us. Fight Club at 9:10 this morning. And keep your submissions coming in. I think we have all the fights scheduled through July, but we're now booking out to August. We're like a doctor that's in high demand.
Yeah.
Dr. Johnson is scheduling out to September. How does September 7th sound? I need to see somebody immediately. Yeah, we're all booked. I believe in Arkansas elementary graduation?
Kindergarten graduation in West Memphis, Arkansas. People might remember West Memphis, Arkansas from the West Memphis 3 case. Not exactly an affluent area.
No.
But, yeah, a kindergarten graduation.
Didn't I just say last week on the show that we've gone overboard with graduations?
Well, not with the young kids, though.
That's true. We did say
yes.
Kindergarten and 12th grade.
That's it.
That's the 5th and the 8th grade graduations that have to stop.
That's it.
If you can't get along at a kindergarten graduation, what is wrong with you? Might be the most abominable place to have a fight. Yep. I can't think of anything worse. Maybe a funeral? Maybe in the delivery room as your wife's giving birth? A lot of lowlifes. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Also, I just want to mention this. This is a great point. This was actually made by Guy Benson, who does some stuff on radio and TV. He says, if a right-wing movement had burned down a governor's mansion, murdered 2 foreign diplomats, and firebombed kids and elderly people at a peaceful protest in the span of 2 weeks, what would the coverage look like? Yeah. What sort of national conversation would we be having? Staggering, right? Mm-hmm. But predictable. All right. Also, as far as predictable with what the media will not cover, will not talk about, and we don't even get a lot of these studies for some reason here in the United States. I think it's because we're just in bed with Big Pharma. But Stalker found this story last night from Outkick. Ian Miller is one of their writers. I think he only writes about COVID and like public health with the government and things like that. He is, I would say, borderline obsessed with COVID when it comes to vaccines, the masks, and everything from the last 5 years. But the headline is, COVID vaccines for children carry significant risks and few benefits. I just want to read a couple of highlights from this, and then we can get into this conversation. He writes the following. A massive study from a team of exceptionally credentialed researchers has once again confirmed that the push to give COVID vaccines to children during the pandemic and afterwards has carried huge risks, with extraordinarily few benefits, particularly to healthy children. This new study, with researchers from the University of Oxford, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, University of Bristol, and the Department of Epidemiology, goes on to write, is yet another example of how, quote, experts misled the public for years about the importance of COVID vaccines for younger age groups, particularly Dr. Anthony Fauci and former heads of the CDC and FDA. That misdirection continues today, even after the new administration altered its COVID vaccine recommendations. After that announcement, Dr. Paul Offit, who Dawn talks about, an FDA vaccine advisory committee member, went on a media tour lamenting that this change would lead to fewer children receiving COVID vaccines. Apparently, and unsurprisingly, he was unaware of what the evidence actually shows, writes Ian Miller. Now, this study, published with the approval of the National Health Service in England, used observational data gathered from the Open Safely TPP database on adolescents from age 12 to 15, and then the younger demo of age 5 through 11. The data was first used to compare individuals receiving their first COVID vaccination dose to those who were unvaxxed. They were then additionally used to make comparisons between those who'd received 2 doses and just 1. Comparison groups were matched based on age, sex, region, and other, quote, important characteristics. The study outcomes were then determined when using positive SARS-CoV-2 tests for adolescents, emergency room visits, hospitalization with COVID-19, admission to critical care with COVID-19, and death. Thanks to using the NHS database, the study looked at 1 million children in England who fit the criteria. So what did they find about the efficacy of COVID vaccines? Well, as just one measure, there was quite literally zero benefit whatsoever in reducing the risk of a positive SARS-CoV-2 test. Zero. After 15 weeks, the incidence rate between unvaccinated and single vaccine dose adolescents was nearly identical. Ian goes on to write and wrap up. Remember how the experts and their media partners and Big Pharma spent months, if not years, acting as if getting vaccinated would prevent infection and transmission amongst children? The parents getting their kids vaccinated would protect their grandparents by stopping the risk of passing the virus on to them. Turns out that was, once again, a complete fabrication. Another key takeaway from the study, the risk of severe outcomes from COVID for kids was virtually non-existent. As the researchers write, it wasn't possible to calculate the incidence rate ratio because COVID outcomes were, quote, too rare. Amongst 283,000 previously unvaccinated children and 132,000 who had received a first vaccine dose, COVID-19 related outcomes were too rare to allow IRRs to be estimated precisely. In fact, emergency room visits and unplanned hospitalizations were slightly higher amongst children who received the first vaccine dose relative to unvaccinated kids, though the rates were, quote, slightly lower amongst those who had a second vaccination dose. Look, I don't tell people how to parent. You do what you want with your child. When it comes to these transgender surgeries and gender affirming care, we talked about the Penn story last week. Do what you want in your own house. I think it's ridiculous that you would put your kid, a minor, through gender affirming care. Once they're 18, I think they can do whatever they want. Same thing goes here with COVID. I'm not going to tell you whether or not you should vaccinate your kid. That's a you choice. But the studies that are out there that are conducted typically in England and in other nations, on other continents, they all come back with the same results. And these stories, short of an Outkick writer or perhaps a Fox News person or somebody on Talk Radio 1210, you don't get this information from CNN, MSNBC, your local news at night, your 10 o'clock news, 6 ABC, Fox 29, you name it. And to me, it's just ridiculous that we're in this whole Maha movement. Some of Bobby's stats are fabricated. Some of his sources don't even exist. But the agenda and the goal is to make America healthy again, right? Getting rid of dyes, getting rid of certain seed oils, which I'm all for. And I give Bobby Kennedy some credit for that. But if we're in this health movement in this country, shouldn't this be front page material? Aren't we always talking about leaving Earth better than we found it for our children? Yet we have all of this data out here that shows this shot for young, healthy people is basically worthless. Basically worthless. I had the first 2 shots in March and April of 2021. Never got a shot again. I've had COVID 4 times, feels just like the flu. And if I got a booster, I don't think I would feel any different at 41 if I came down with the latest variant. It would feel like the flu. It sucks. You self-isolate, you lay in bed for 2 or 3 days, you sweat all over your sheets, you drink Pedialyte, and then you go back to work. Dawn, your thoughts on this? I know you've had Dr. Paul Offit on the show, correct?
Yeah, he's a local CHOP doc, and he was, by the way, he was on the task force back during the first Trump administration, which was, Operation Warp Speed. And so he was on that task force. He was involved in that. I will just say, looking at emergency approval versus fully approved. Mm-hmm. So as far as the Pfizer vaccine, the Pfizer vax for COVID is authorized emergency use in children ages 6 months to 11 years. Mm-hmm. So I think one of the reasons that I think a lot of parents were concerned about, the fact that they were mandated to get a vaccine was that to my knowledge, even right now, it's approved for 12 and over, but it's still under quote unquote emergency use for 11 and under.
Right.
And so I think that's a big issue for a lot of parents is why did they have to mandate it, or why were they highly recommended something that wasn't fully vetted for babies and children when you had all this? So you could take your study 2 different ways. Mm-hmm. You could say, so when I look at it, I say, well, on the good side of it, nothing bad happened to anybody. I mean, these are healthy kids. So we don't have any, on one hand, maybe they're saying, they didn't really need it, apparently. But on the other hand, you don't see any negativity.
As far as like myocarditis or dropping dead.
If you had your child, the myocarditis was something that was very rare.
Mm-hmm.
That was the listing.
Yeah. Percentage-wise, the odds of you having that are very small. Totally get that.
But we did get those reports, and I've been very honest in saying that there was a doctor in the area who told me that my teen sons at the time, and that I did not need a booster.
Right.
So we were Pfizered, as we say, but they said, you and your sons, you don't get any boosters.
You're one of the healthiest human beings I know.
And that's what the doctor had said.
Right. Like it's if you actually, I know it's like, amazing to just, talk about things like, hey, if you take care of yourself, you'll be just fine. If you eat healthy, if you're not overweight, if you don't smoke, if you don't drink, if you exercise, if you eat clean, I'm not even saying you have to eat organic. Self-care on a daily basis is one of the best preventative ways to get to the point where you don't need something like that. Again, I still have never, in 3 years, I've never seen Dawn eat. Still haven't. Just runs on coffee.
Yeah, because that's healthy.
And then you have the angle that they were talking about last week when McCary and Bhattacharya and Bobby came out and they took the recommendation off of the table. And I feel like the media slanted that terribly as well. They're not saying that if you are 5 to 11 years old or 12 to 15 years old, or if you're a minor, or if you're a parent that you can't get your kid vaccinated or boosted. They're just saying we no longer recommend it, right? It's like, when you have the dental approval, the American Dental Association on the toothbrush, right? Like you've just lost, quote, the endorsement from this current administration that thinks healthy people probably don't need it because, natural infection builds up some immunity, but that's not profitable. That's not going to make profit margins for Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and produce quarterly gains when they give out their revenue reports. And I'm not disparaging those. I want to make this really clear. If you are elderly, if you're obese, if you have multiple comorbidities, if you're dealing with a ton of bad luck and bad health, if you need that vaccine so that you can live your life, I got it. Like, I understand why those people, and I understand why a healthy person would want to take it. But the number is also astounding. Did you guys see, and maybe this number could be a little conflated because the source is Bobby Kennedy. So who knows if it's accurate or not. I will say that. That's a Bobby Kennedy disclaimer. I think by 17 months, children have 72 vaccinations. Is that correct? Or does that sound roughly accurate?
I don't know the exact number, but as somebody who just went through this, a couple of years ago, yes, there's a ton.
And that seems excessive, does it not? 70 plus vaccines for a year and a half?
I trust my pediatrician, and I know everybody's going to blow up on you. But I trust my pediatrician.
Yeah. But man, that number just seems high. My God. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Fire up the YouTube chat.
I'm on one this morning. Don't worry.
You have anything else you want to rant about? Anything else catching your eye?
Not yet.
He's saving it, folks. It's percolating. It's like the coffee in the old coffee pot dripping down through the filter.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. Harry Mays will join us coming up next for a Monday edition of the Cut Sheet, which we will hit right on time. I'm all about hitting things on time in June.
Wow.
I'm going to show you guys every segment on time. Back after this. Stay right there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you thinking about selling your home? It's not like it used to be. The market is shifting. Today's buyers are pickier than ever. They want move-in ready homes with modern features. So how do you stand out without breaking the bank? Well, that's where my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors comes in. She's hosting a free event for future home sellers. Learn how to navigate the uncertain housing market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and fast-moving technology. Learn her low-cost staging techniques that meet today's buyers' demands. Join Diane and me for a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. At the special event, you'll get a signed copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Get ahead of the competition. Come to Diane's Future Home Seller event and sell your home fast. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on June 11th.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to turnersvillejeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year. and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deploy 1210 WPHT.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company. It is a Monday morning. It is 7:45, right on the dot. Harry Mays is with us. What's going on, Harry?
Good morning. Great reference, Blue Chew reference on the Big Take this morning.
You like that? I even try to work
terrific.
in old clients to the Big Take from time to time.
That was terrific. But I was also listening a little earlier, and you are one of those weirdos that
I am.
try to avoid in the grocery store that is seeking conversation.
Amen, Harry.
Is that what I'm trying? Is that what I'm understanding here, Stocker?
It's not that I'm seeking the conversation. I just don't put up any advertisements that says conversation is off limits.
He's the guy, Harry, that you always avoid because they're making eye contact with you. Like,
of course,
talk to me. I'm like, no, please, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, I've got a question about this meat. Can you help me? Almost like they're looking to everybody else in the store as if they work there and they want to have a conversation. Like I avoid you people at all costs.
Me too, Harry.
You avoid me when we're golfing together in the same cart.
Of course.
And it's true.
Exactly.
And it's true.
All right, let's get down to business.
That's an innate skill, by the way.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And we have about 47 cuts, so let's find out what Stocker's going to lead us off with here at 7:46.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. I was just at Rita's Italian Ice last night. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid and Charcoalberry Fin Ice. Oh yeah, with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice at Rita's today. Be Kool-Aid at Rita's. I ate at Rita's. Well, my family ate at Rita's.
What did you do? Get like eat a soft pretzel or something?
I didn't partake. No.
Yeah, you just sat there like a.
I'm training. I'm in training for the bike ride.
Oh yeah, you got the bike race.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Harry. All right. We started out with this, but it's the big story of the day. What happened in Boulder, Colorado? This psychopath. Dawn, do I still need to say alleged? The psychopath.
The suspect's in custody. He's alleged.
Okay.
Just call him the white man.
Accused.
Harry, if you don't hate the media, you will hate the media after that. Like, just the most
I already do.
vile people in this media. Still don't know the description of the Fairmount Park shooting.
Nope.
But within 30 seconds of this, they're like, white man!
Yep.
White man!
Not terrorism, not illegal alien, white man.
Yes.
All right, so he threw Molotov cocktails into a peaceful pro-Israel, pro-bringing our hostages home. Threw a Molotov cocktail at people saying that, quote, this will end when Palestine is free and for us. Roll this. This is taken from a...
Well, we can't do it when he's got Molotov cocktails in there. That's what he's got right here is Molotov.
First of all, bro, some sit-ups, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
You're going shirtless in Boulder.
Alleged.
You got to look better than that.
Yes. Shirtless in Boulder. That sounds like a bad flick.
It's a good band.
I'll tell you this. Phil will cover that coming up 2 hours from now.
Right.
I'll just leave it at this, Harry. I am anti-throwing cocktails, and I am pro-consuming cocktails. So this guy just wasted a good cocktail for a terrible cause on the wrong side. And by the way, he's from Egypt. I want to know how he got here, how long he's been here, when he arrived, Was this during the Biden administration? And how is this guy still roaming our streets? That's what I want to know.
But he was described as a white man. Is that
Yes,
is that,
we'll get to that.
Okay.
White man.
All right.
And also, we have CNN saying that the FBI is juvenile for jumping to the conclusion that this is terrorism.
Juvenile.
And Jamie Raskin just making an ass out of himself. I mean, they all rush to TV and say the stupidest stuff.
Yes.
Here's a longer version of cell phone video that somebody took of the alleged perpetrator. Roll this, Phil.
We're here. We can't do nothing about that. We can't do nothing. We can. Not here. You have to answer this. Not here, bro. You're not. I'm taking video right now.
I wish I had my gun with me. I'd do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why don't I see any police?
Well, you will in a second.
Okay.
One cop comes in.
Everybody's filming.
Yep.
I love that.
Just stay away. Just stay away. He's right there. He's throwing Molotov cocktails.
And you can see, Harry, in this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can see the person on the ground there. They're dousing him with water.
Witnesses said it looked like their skin was melting.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Now we got Captain Lou Albano. He's just starting to
we
spout
got
off.
Captain Lou and a babushka.
Yeah, look at that
What's
guy.
going on?
Look at that guy. Size 14XL on his shirt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does he have any rubber bands hanging off paper clips out of his cheek? Like old Captain Lou?
Yeah. And I love, too, how they run with the narrative of white man. Now, when you see him there, it looks like he's got a full head of gray hair. So until he actually starts speaking, you might be able to presume he's, quote, white man.
Right.
But
correct.
once you pick up on the accent, you realize he's of Middle Eastern descent, which no longer qualifies you as white man. The media is just such an abomination. And by the way, I said this too about the cop, Harry. Like, I don't know, maybe a rubber bullet to the head, knock his lights out, maybe tase him. From what I watch, now I don't want to take it out of context because it's a 63-second clip, but I've seen people detained more physically for shoplifting.
Yeah.
There was a time when I wanted to move to Colorado, way back when.
Not
and
now.
I quickly realized there were too many crazy white people out there. So I will have to say that.
Okay.
To stand up for the media. Maybe they just assumed it's just another crazy white person.
A lot of stuff in Colorado the last 30 years, man. A lot of tragedies.
Yeah. Here's MSNBC calling him a white male. 32, Phil. 32.
MSNBC.
As far as the investigation itself, we're still trying to verify and confirm some video, but it appears to show a significant portion of the incident as it happened. There's an individual that's taken into custody. He's a white male. Whether or not that's the person that police ultimately arrested and will ultimately charge in this crime, a bit of a question at this time, but that's just what we've seen so far.
Well, they are so enamored with the identity of individuals.
Oh, yeah.
When they release the information, when they don't, Dawn gives it to us every day in the news with the shootings. Boy.
Except when it goes against their narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Again,
Yeah.
we don't know the description of the shooters in Fairmount Park, but we knew within 36 seconds that this guy was a white man. A white man.
Now, law enforcement has identified the suspect as 45-year-old Mohammed Sabri Solomon.
Sounds like a white man to me.
Yeah,
An
Mohammed.
Egyptian national. Well, two things can be true at one time. If you see his pictures, he's a white man, but he's also here, according to law enforcement, as an illegal Egyptian national whose visa in 2 or 3 years ago had expired, yet he stayed here despite the fact that his visa expired.
See, that would be my headline.
Yes.
Illegal Egyptian national.
Yes.
Well, according to the U.S. Census
But you're
Bureau,
racist, Harry.
Right. I know.
I just did a quick Google search, and I typed in, what color are Arabic people considered? According to the U.S. Census Bureau,
brown.
They are classified as white.
Really?
They are?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if you look at that gentleman, he's white.
I don't claim them.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop. That's not.
Just ask me.
I don't claim anybody that's crazy of any gender, race, religion, or creed. I just want to be around nice, normal people. That's it.
I don't claim crazy people in the supermarket trying to talk to me.
I'm telling you, man, that guy looked just like Brandon Marsh. It was amazing.
Can I point something out as far as your Census Bureau?
Thank you.
Why does the Census Bureau take account of and ask us about our ethnicity? It seems as if they do it so that they can promote racism. Isn't it racist to say, what are you?
Yes.
Yes,
that's my whole
racism?
that's my whole point with this is that we pick and choose when it fits a narrative to overemphasize the description, everything else, but when it doesn't, we don't. And that is just that is the level of hypocrisy. And by the way, when you check boxes and stuff like that, isn't there a box for like Middle Eastern or something like
sometimes,
that? Sometimes, yeah. That's different than white.
Right.
I've seen both.
Not necessarily. Two things can be true at once. So you can be. That's the bizarre thing about this. They should never say, "Are you white?" Because I'm not white.
I mean, where do we draw the line, right?
I'm like vanilla peach.
Vanilla peach.
With a little cocoa.
Miss Peaches.
Don's vanilla peach.
Sometimes like vanilla peach.
Yeah.
Right. It's the spring flavor.
Man.
Vanilla peach.
Vanilla peach.
Sounds like something you get at Rita's.
By the way, the Rita's in Huntington Valley has more flavors than any other.
I know. Have you seen how big the menu is now?
It's amazing.
Remember when Rita's was like first the thing in the late 90s? There was chocolate custard, vanilla custard, and like 3 ice flavors.
Yes. Lemon is so good.
Now there's like 35. Yeah. There's more flavors than Stalker has clips on the cut sheet.
Yeah.
But has Robert F. Kennedy Jr. approved of all of them?
Well, you got to take out the dyes, man.
The colors.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
29 here, Phil. The FBI confirms the suspect in the Colorado terrorist attack yelled, "Free Palestine," but we don't know if it's terrorism. We don't know if it's terrorism.
Right.
The FBI confirmed this at 6:46 yesterday, 6:46 p.m. At 9:15, the geniuses on CNN were still debating whether it was terrorism or not.
Right.
Let's roll this.
We're early in the investigation, but some details have emerged. I'm able to confirm there are 6 victims, ages 67 to 88. All of them have been transported to local hospitals. This attack happened at a regularly scheduled weekly peaceful event. Witnesses are reporting that the subject used a makeshift flamethrower and threw an incendiary device into the crowd. The suspect was heard to yell, "Free Palestine," during the attack.
There we go.
The subject has been identified as Mohammed Sabri Solomon, and he's 45 years old. The FBI is processing the crime scene and the subject vehicle and interviewing key witnesses. We're assisting Boulder Police and providing technical, analytic, and additional forensic resources.
There you go.
I mean, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, FBI number 2, FBI number 1, they've deemed it terrorism, but MSNBC thinks that's a little premature.
CNN, actually. This was the panel on CNN. This is 35. They were just... and Andrew McCabe and, this other genius here says that the FBI looked juvenile for calling it terrorism. Roll this.
I'm going to be quite direct here. The FBI director and deputy director got way ahead of where the local police were. The language that the FBI used in their tweets included words like violence, targeted terrorism, and violent. Yeah. They got ahead of where the local police knew where the investigation was. I want to just make it clear here. This could have been an anti-Semitic attack.
Could have been.
It was.
Which is terrifying. In particular for people in the community. We don't know that.
No, of course.
Because the Boulder police officer, at least according to the Boulder police officer, they're not sure if the people injured were people at the Jewish rally, the Jewish gathering. Now, maybe others in organizations know that. We know ADL and other organizations have been out on this. Maybe they have more evidence. But one of the reasons why, Andrew and I are careful in situations like this is because lots of people are saying lots of things. But when the Boulder police chief comes out and says, we don't have 2 + 2 = 4 yet. In other words, this is obviously an anti-Semitic attack, and the victims were obviously part of that group. Therefore, we're not calling it terrorism. It adds a lot of it's not good for the community. It's not good for the potentially targeted community. It makes law enforcement look disorganized, and it makes the FBI look so juvenile. Like, why are you getting ahead of the police chief?
First of all, the FBI can take jurisdiction over any local agency. That's number one, numbnuts. Number two, let's change the variables here. Since we're so cautious about throwing out the label terrorism, let's change the suspect. Let's say he's no longer an Egyptian. Let's say he's an American wearing a MAGA hat, and he threw a Molotov cocktail at a Pride event in June.
That's domestic terrorism.
They would have domestic terrorism plastered on the screen until the next pandemic happens.
You know, the other piece of this is, think about that woman, how she rambled on. People just tuning in, it's a breaking news story, and instead of CNN taking a moment to give the facts, by the way, we now know 8 injured, some of them critically, and the 88-year-old lady identified by her rabbi as a Holocaust survivor who is known as in the community. She goes to synagogues, she goes to schools, she speaks to children and talks about history. She survived the freaking Holocaust as a child.
I figured she was in the clear.
And she can't survive a Sunday afternoon in the park.
That's a good point.
In Boulder, Colorado, in America.
Yep.
And this idiot is on CNN rambling on with her ridiculous talking point. It's outrageous.
This is why there's 55,000 people watching CNN.
Right.
And, seriously, it's just because there's nothing, you gain nothing from it except rage. Rage from these PC dummies who can't sit there and pontificate on anything without, what box do they check? What's this? What's that? It's like, oh, God.
This is why I
have to be very careful.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, Andrew and I are very careful here. We're not going to rush to judgment like the FBI did. We're going to let the investigation take its course.
Dawn is right. People want it, like, reactions. They want immediate, like, they want to hear something. They want to see some emotion, not just like, well, we have to make sure we're doing this and like that. Like, just give me a real reaction.
Well,
That's all I'm asking.
and I'm not even seeking, a bunch of opinion from some of these little desk anchors. But give me the actual real facts here. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize what this is. Let me give you these numbers again. I gave you them in the first hour. The 2024 ADL audit of anti-Semitic incidents. ADL recorded 9,354 anti-Semitic incidents across the United States. It's the highest number of incidents on record since ADL began tracking it 46 years ago. We have a 5% increase from the 8,873 incidents that occurred in 2023. It is a 344% increase over the last 5 years and almost a 900% increase over the past decade.
Bob Conrad, but Greg, you give CNN airtime. This is how they get promoted. No, it's
stop. I'm tired of hearing that.
We comment on things. That's our job. Is to sit here on the radio and comment on things. We're commenting on CNN. Well, we just gonna sit here and say, well, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream today? Oh, for Christ's sake!
We're not promoting CNN.
No, we're shredding them.
Right.
And they're not going to gain any viewers because we give them a little airtime.
Nobody's promoting anything. Nobody's promoting anything. We're commenting.
Maybe we should just carry the Laura Ingraham show alive. Would that make you happy?
Jamie Raskin.
Here's the angle.
Jamie Raskin on the Boulder attack. So he said the right thing, but you have to like read between the lines into what he's saying here because people are expressing themselves. He says in the most violent and dangerous ways. I give him that.
This is free speech.
But the way he said, like, he's almost touting this as, guys, we agree with your message, but like the violence isn't helping.
Yeah.
That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Roll Raskin.
Funded. And more generally, though, we really need to look to movements for nonviolence and peace in history, which is so lacking during this time, where it seems like people are expressing themselves in the most deranged and violent ways. And that is taking us down a very dark road, and we have to turn it around quickly.
See,
Congressman Rice.
taking us down a dark road, we have to turn it around quickly. Guys, we agree with the message.
Who's the bigger Jack Munch from Maryland? Jamie Raskin or Chris
Van Hollen?
Van Hollen, who wanted to rescue Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Yeah.
We might have to do that scene from the Joker
a poll
movie.
question?
That should be a poll question. Yeah,
That's a poll question.
I'm going to go in.
Raskin.
Yeah, I'm going to go in like Heath Ledger, and I'm going to break the pool stick, and I'm going to let those two duke it out. Only one can survive.
So you want to actually hear what the horrifying event was instead of these dumbasses who are sitting here on TV saying they need to express themselves in a different way because we don't agree with the way they express themselves, or it's a white male. We know it's a white male, or the FBI is very juvenile for calling this terrorism.
Jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, exactly. This is 33.
There's a woman who was on the ground bleeding out. Oh my gosh, sorry. And then there are two other women whose calves were burned from the fire. And so I just ran over to stay with them and make sure that they didn't lose too much blood from their legs.
And there was a woman that was burning on the ground. And then we noticed two other people that had also been affected by the burns on their legs. And this man was shirtless and was yelling with some kind of accent and was threatening to burn people.
Oh, don't say he was yelling with some sort of accent.
Some kind of white guy accent.
Yeah.
Is that guy going for that Dusty Road or Dustin Rhodes look?
That's that's a good call by you. There's a
You know what I'm saying, the hair?
Yeah. Usually I do the wrestling references.
You do the wrestling
for
reference.
the audience of 3, but yeah, that's a good pull by you, Harry.
That's unbelievable.
And the other thing that's so infuriating about all of this is we're in Pride Month now, right? So we're going to start having on TikTok every day on the cut sheet people that get misgendered and then they blow a complete gasket. It's amazing that the Democrats lose their mind over somebody who is called sir when they want to be called ma'am. Yet when we have Molotov cocktails being thrown at people of certain ethnicities and religions, it's we got to get all our facts here before we call it what it is, right? Oh man.
By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Joni Ernst was being drugged through the coals over the weekend because she was at a town hall. She was taking questions, and they were talking about the big beautiful bill and the cuts to Medicaid, and she was answering a question, and she made the comment that we are all going to die. And if you just read the headline, you're like, oh boy, that's kind of heartless. Yeah. But if you actually hear what she's saying, she's not wrong. She's saying that it's inevitable. We're all going to die anyway. Mm-hmm. She's not necessarily talking about Medicaid and cuts to Medicaid. Right. This is cut 22, Phil. Roll it.
So when we're talking about the corrections in this reconciliation bill, again, it's corrections of overpayments and people that have not been eligible for these programs by law as it is currently written. So when you are arguing about illegals that are receiving Medicaid benefits, 1.4 million, 1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, we all are going to die.
Yep.
Oh my God!
She's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, no, but
she's basically the way the media is framing this is that somebody said we're gonna lose our Medicaid, and she was like, well, we're all going to die sometime, so it might as well be,
Yep.
That's not what she's saying at all.
3 certainties in this lifetime: death, taxes, and the cut sheet. Three certainties. So
we're going to get all those able-bodied white people off of Medicaid and illegals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's it. Not grandma.
Yeah. I imagine receiving benefits that you're not entitled to. that's illegal. You don't even have a right to be here in the first place. And then you expose that. You want to stop it. And that makes you the bad guy.
You're the bad guy.
Okay.
Unbelievable. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. There was a bunch of activists in New York City by the Trump Hotel there.
That's got to be a daily occurrence.
Doing this weird protest. I'm not gonna play the audio, just the video. Nick, if you want to describe this, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe
This
buttons.
is going to be a tough one. Thanks for the task.
Sorry about this.
Oh, boy.
All right, roll this. Look at this. So it's a guy in a bond.
All right, stop it. Freeze it. Freeze it.
my.
It's going to be hard
Oh,
to me.
my.
Just bring it back just a little bit. All right,
Oh, my
there
Lord.
we go. So we've got a guy in a motorized
No,
car.
that's a woman,
A
dude.
woman.
Look at the-
yeah.
look at
That's a woman?
Well, look at the
well,
look at the boobs.
Well,
got-
I mean, I've seen men with boobs like that.
yeah.
Man boobs.
We've got arm tattoos.
Yeah.
We've got 2 floppies out. We've got tassels.
Is that a motorized wheelchair?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
we've got another person walking a Trump impersonator on a leash.
Look at
Like a dog.
This guy's dressed like Klaus Schwab on a beach.
Yeah.
Jeez. I mean, just look at this.
It is Pride Month.
I mean, that lady's what? You think about 240, 250?
I didn't.
And what's the
240?
Is that a batting cage face mask? What is that?
I think it's a guy.
Is it?
Is that
Yeah,
the
I think
mask
it's
that Hannibal Lecter wore so he couldn't chew you?
Yeah, right.
What is that? Oh my
don't
God! And then we've got another person that looks like, is that Joe Biden walking Trump on a leash?
Walking Trump. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's stage 5. That's stage 5 TDS.
Can you imagine doing this? Like this guy who's dressed up in like, look at the size of his gut, and he has a bondage thing on with a leather skirt, right, Dawn? That's a leather.
Dawn,
skirt.
tell your husband to start carrying a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what your husband do. Imagine you're a ladder bearer. You're leaving your morning show in New York. You're ready to come back to PA, and you're walking down the sidewalk, get in your vehicle, and you see that.
Yeah. Yeah. There's somebody somewhere that thinks that's hot.
That's a great ad
Think
for
about that.
for remote work. We should all go back to virtual. The more I think about it,
Yeah.
we can't have. This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
Nick, so we've done a lot of how can I clean this up? We've done a lot of defecating on mainstream media.
Yeah, I'm not done yet either, by the way.
But you found something over the weekend, and usually when you find AI things, I criticize you for it. But this, I give you 100% credit for, because this is obviously, we know this is AI.
Yeah.
But this is an accurate depiction of a typical mainstream media news broadcast.
Hey man, a broken clock is correct twice a day.
This is amazing. This is amazing. This is amazing. You have to see the
build-up.
You have to see the visual too, because it's like the old school, like 80s or 90s news anchors.
Yep.
Roll this.
Breaking news, everything is bad. It's just as terrible as you imagined, and probably worse. With more, we go to Tom Lee Cruz. Tom Lee.
We're all in danger, Dan Lee.
Jesus Christ, what can we do?
Absolutely nothing.
It was good knowing you, Tom Lee.
I can't say the same.
That was unnecessary. We're just now getting in reports that all the children have exploded. They will be missed. Let's check in with Olivia Lee Rodrigo. Olivia Lee, where are you?
That's none of your business. Do you hear that? Cut the music. Do you hear that?
What do you hear?
That's the sound of us slowly dying. Can you hear it?
I can hear it. It's louder in my left ear.
Olivia Lee Rodrigo reporting
I
from
actually
where
have some
I
more
am.
questions for you. Okay, we're going to go to Kevin Lee Costner, who has more with politics.
No, I don't.
Let's send it over to our senior correspondent, Nick Lee Minaj.
Look at this chart. Let's bring it up.
What am I looking at here?
I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
That looks bad.
Yeah, it's probably bad.
Let's go to our eye in the
tariffs.
sky, Timothy Chalamet. Timothy.
Man, I am so high up right now.
You are in a helicopter.
I didn't know that when I got in. I thought it was a weird car.
What do you see up there?
Everything. It's too much. We were never supposed to see this. I need to go back down.
You stay right there. We're going to go to commercial.
Have you recently lost a child because they exploded? Because that's crazy. How are we all not talking about this? I feel like that really got glossed over real quick.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing. Call Tedley. 555 call Tedley. I want to talk about this. Call Tedley now.
And we're back. Let's check in with Morgan Lee Freeman with sports. Morgan Lee.
Morgan
I just want to take this sports time to say that whatever you hear about me in the next 24 hours is completely false.
People are going to say things and have documents and recordings to back up what they say, and it's just not real. You should believe me and not their solid evidence. Knicks take it by 2.
This is when champions are born. We're going now to Frankly Sinatra with the weather, frankly.
It's everywhere.
We won't be hearing from him anymore. Coming up, a cat learns how to water ski and then drowns.
Oh,
Amazing.
That's the way I'm going to deliver the weather from now on. It's everywhere, and it's brought to you by MT Rule.
I mean,
Now,
basically, that's
Dawn is the only real news anchor on this program. Do you
Correct.
take offense to any of that?
I think it's crazy, but the lip syncing is awesome.
But
I just love the
it's the perfect parody for what really happens in the media.
Yes.
All they do is sell you on fear. Everything is doom and gloom.
Right.
Tariff this, pandemic that, just your kids
heads are
this.
exploding. Yeah. If they don't get vaccinated.
Oh, man.
Do we know why Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal are in Ukraine?
They're having a sit-down
They're
peeing
getting
contest.
money somewhere.
Crossing the stream.
So they're in Ukraine, and they did an interview, and they're threatening China with 500% tariffs if they buy Russian oil.
Oh, jeez.
This seems very propagandish to me.
Okay.
Lindsey and Dick Blumenthal.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsey and a Dick.
The game that Putin's been playing is about to change. He's going to be hit and hit hard by the United States.
It is so funny to me to watch Lindsey Graham be tough.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be hit and hit hard.
Yeah.
He's almost as bad as Biden trying to be tough.
Right. You know what the weird part is, and I said that during the big take, I actually think that Biden probably could beat up Jake Tapper, even at this point in Biden's life. But Lindsey Graham is just a guy that advocates for war. But if you dropped him in combat and put him on the ground, I give him 9 seconds before he soils himself. Right?
Oh my
I take the under.
Yeah. And trust me, I would do the same.
So apparently there's some bipartisan bill here to give Ukraine more money or something. I don't know.
Of course.
Roll this.
The game that Putin's been playing is about to change. He's going to be hit and hit hard by the United States when it comes to sanctions. China, the game you're playing with Russia is about to change. If you keep buying cheap Russian oil to fuel Putin's war machine, there'll be a 500% tariff on all of your products coming into the United States.
There's the Ukraine flag.
He doesn't understand what 82 senators coming together from both sides of the aisle mean in terms of practical import. And these sanctions will cripple his economy. They will be bone-crushing to a nation that is basically, as one of our colleagues once said, a gas station with nuclear arms. He has one resource, and we are going to throttle that resoce as
Throttle, baby.
Isn't Big Dick Blumenthal? Isn't he the one who lied about being in Vietnam?
Yep.
Yeah,
He's one.
That's what I thought so.
More stolen valor.
Please.
But I like how Lindsey Graham does that pointing without pointing the finger like Bill Clinton used to do. That's the first time I ever saw that done.
Oh, that's a good point.
Clinton would do that.
Yes.
He'd put the fist out there, but you don't like stick the index finger out. You curl it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good catch by you. You're picking up on all the little nuances.
I pick
of
up
these
on all
people.
the weird stuff.
You are a nuance guy. You always
I
pick
am.
up on everybody's little
idiosyncratic behavior.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cut 23 here, Phil, on CNN's State of the Union, hosted by Dan Bash, because Jake Tapper's off doing his book tour. By the way, Harry, I don't know if you heard this earlier, 53,000 copies of that book Jake Tapper has sold in the first week. And just by comparison,
there's one for every CNN viewer. I think they're probably giving them away for free, like Oprah would do on the show.
You think Jake's signing them and charging $95 like Bernie did?
Yes. Just for comparison, Bob Woodward on his book on the Trump White House sold 1.1 million copies in its first week. So just by comparison, not doing too well.
I think Nick and I could put out a book tonight, and we'd probably outdo 53,000.
Oh, no doubt.
Probably.
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries is confronted with brutal CNN poll numbers on Democrat leadership, which I believe he's one of them. This is 23. Go.
Mr. Leader, you brought up polls, so let
Mr.
me tell
Leader.
you about a new one that just came out here at CNN this morning. It shows that only 19% of Americans say that your party can get things done. 36 say the same about Republicans. And just 16% say your party has strong leaders. It's pretty rough, and you are one of those leaders. How do you turn that around?
Yeah, we don't have the presidency right now, so that's always going to be challenging a few months after a presidential election. But we have to continue to make the case, one, that Democrats, of course, are the party that is determined to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, for hardworking American taxpayers, that we believe that we need to lower the high cost of living, which for decades has been going up while the size of the middle class has been going down. So understandably, there's real frustration amongst the American people. They should be frustrated.
But they're
Housing
frustrated
costs are
with
too
you
high.
as well,
Child
with
care
Democrats as well.
Of course, they're frustrated with the system.
Brandon Johnson's looking at those numbers in Chicago and saying, damn, 16%. What are you guys doing right?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Brandon Johnson's got a 7% approval rating in Chicago.
Yeah.
How about Dana Bash? A little abrasive there at the end with Dollar Store Obama.
There's no question that she's white, though.
Yes.
My goodness.
She's not Egyptian. That is correct.
Get it. Find the sun, will you?
Yeah. Jasmine Crockett, this is 5, calls Biden's decline a false narrative.
False narrative.
And suggests he was sharp as a tack before acknowledging even if he was mentally deficient, she was fine with it. So she was like, he's fine, he's fine, he's
Those
fine.
are all cheap fakes.
But even if he was, I'm fine with it. Roll it.
Okay.
We buy into these false narratives. The fact that we're even having this conversation when literally Joe Biden is not the president, and right now whatever harms that are going to be suffered by the American people have nothing to do with Joe Biden, because we didn't have to worry about the stock market crashing every other day when Joe Biden was in office. We didn't have to worry about whether or not people were going to have their Medicaid when Joe Biden was in office. We didn't have debates about whether or not people would have Social Security when Joe Biden was in office. So let me tell you, if Joe Biden was like mentally deficient in some way and he was still able to keep this sucker on the tracks, then give me a mentally deficient Joe Biden any given day over Donald Trump.
A mentally deficient Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
go ahead.
In a recent poll there as to who the face of the Democratic Party is, 8% say it's she.
Wow.
8%.
I pray that they run her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Give me her.
Well, 26% is AOC. She led the way.
Give me her too.
26%.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for all of her stock market crashing every other day on Friday, I just want to reiterate this tweet that I posted. Best May for the stock market's S&P 500 in 35 years.
Yep.
Wow.
35
That's a
years.
crash, baby.
Yeah.
Those are like Kayal Company numbers.
That's right.
Yes.
Jake Sullivan, the former department or the spokesperson for the Pentagon, right?
He was Sullivan was NSA.
NSA, okay.
Yeah, he's the new, or he was who's the NSA now? Is that Rubio? No, it's not Rubio. He's Secretary of State.
Secretary of State.
Who's NSA today for this administration? I'm drawing a blank.
I don't know.
The head?
Yeah, who's the head of the NSA now? I should know that.
Just Google it.
Tim Haw.
Is it him?
Hee-haw.
Hee-haw. Anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Jake Sullivan was on a podcast discussing the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson books. He says he sat in the Situation Room and watched the president act as commander-in-chief, and I saw that from the first day to the last day. Roll this.
I'm going to be the Israeli with the chutzpah here and ask about the thing that everyone in Washington is talking about, and that is the book by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson called Original Sin, and what happened during the Biden administration. I can't not ask you. The whole world saw the debate on the 27th of June and asked, do we have a problem? I wonder if you, as the National Security Advisor, asked whether there is a problem before. Did you sort of have that moment where you wondered that before the debate?
I sat in the Oval Office, I sat in the Situation Room on my issues, on national security and foreign policy, and I watched the president act as commander-in-chief. And I saw that from the first day to the last day. And in fact, in the last week, he gathered his aides in the Situation Room for one last National Security Council meeting on Gaza shortly before the deal came through, and then he went out and announced that deal to the press. A couple months before that, in October, he was at the head of the table in the sit room, managing those very tense hours when Iranian missiles were falling on Israel, and the United States, at his command, sent American personnel into harm's way to help defend Israel directly. I've seen all the commentary and everything else, and there's the question of politics and running for re-election. I've said all along I was mercifully insulated as national security advisor from politics, to the point where I was even insulated from my wife's campaign when she was running for Congress at the time. To me, though, the question of, was the president effectively operating as the commander-in-chief, executing in crisis, executing strategy? I watched him do that really all 4 years of the Biden administration.
Well, I guess two things can be true. That is one loyal dude. He is still riding with Joe, and he's also a lying POS.
Yep.
I mean, what do you really think that Joe Biden could gather everybody together in the Situation Room and go through all the things that the commander-in-chief has on his plate? Does anybody actually buy that? Because we've seen him in public. I don't know that he could organize a sock drawer. So what is he like behind closed doors? He must be an unmitigated disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, dude. Jake Sullivan.
And it is Tim Haw currently.
Is it?
Yes.
Why did I think it was a different name? Oh, well.
Yeah. General
Who's
Tim
the
Haw.
director?
Maybe you're confusing that with Tulsi Gabbard, who's
Maybe that's who I was thinking.
NSI or
CIS. NCIS,
NCIS,
NYPD Blue.
Bill Clinton was on CBS Sunday Morning because he just won't go away.
Well, where do they find him?
Probably another book coming out.
What do they pry him away from?
CBS News correspondent Tracy Smith presses Bill Clinton on Biden's decline. He also denies ever seeing it. 25, Phil.
No, he was also faithful to his wife.
Speaking of aging, there's this book that came out that talks about Joe Biden.
Look at Bill. Look at Bill eyeing her up. Like, hey,
looks pretty good.
Look at her, yeah.
Yeah.
Dawn, you do a Bill Clinton, don't you? Don't you do a Bill impression?
You just look like my fifth mistress. All right, sorry. Can we start it over again?
Speaking of aging, there's this book that came out that talks about Joe Biden and the people around him seeing that he had cognitive and physical decline.
There he is.
Look at him.
Did you ever have...
Do you think Clinton got her number after
this?
There's
no doubt.
You look pretty good for your age.
I wish you were my old battle axe.
I gotta tell you, even at 70, whatever, looking like the crypt keeper, like he does.
Yeah.
I bet you he's still getting numbers left and right.
Oh,
I can almost guarantee it.
He's probably on Blue Chew.
All right, Phil. This time I promise I won't stop it.
Speaking of aging, there's this book that came out that talks about Joe Biden and the people around him seeing that he had cognitive and physical decline. Did you ever have a moment with him where you thought maybe he was unfit to run for president? No.
I thought he was a good president. The only concern I thought he had to deal with was, could anybody do that job until they were 86? And we'd had several long talks. I had never seen him and walked away thinking he can't do this anymore. He was always on top of his brief.
You never saw any cognitive decline?
He was always wearing his brief.
I didn't know anything about any of this, and I haven't read the book. I saw President Biden not very long ago, and I thought he was in good shape. But the book didn't register with me because I never saw him that way.
Why didn't you read the book?
I didn't want to, because he's not president anymore, and I think he did a good job, and I think we are facing challenges today without precedent in our history, and
biting the lip.
Some people are trying to use this as a way to blame him for the fact that Trump was reelected.
Who's in worse shape, Bill Clinton or Joe Biden?
You know, the sad part is he's 78 years old, and I mean, you go back to just how young he was when he was president, and look at all the fossils that we have in elected office today. Scary thing is he could still be in office in some capacity.
No doubt.
It's true.
Yeah, he turned 79 in August.
He's the same age as Trump.
He's the same age as Trump.
Yeah.
And he's he's 1/5 of what Trump is from a mental standpoint right now.
Yeah.
He's better than Biden is at this point, but man. No, look,
The voice sounds bad.
It's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah,
He sounds terrible.
He has sounded weak for many years now. He had an issue, right?
Heart issue.
He had a heart issue, right?
I mean, he took pride in the fact when he was in office that he ate, McDonald's. I mean, not that Trump doesn't.
Trump loves that too.
Oh, was Clint? I didn't know Bill was he was a Mickey D's guy.
Oh yeah. Don't you remember those old SNL skits where what's his name used to show up as Bill Clinton?
It was Phil Hartman
into the McDonald's.
Yeah. By the way, Phil Hartman and that tragic murder I saw from one of the retro feeds that I follow on X, where they say today in history.
Yeah.
I think yesterday or this weekend. Was the 25 or 28 year anniversary of Hartman getting
domestically
snuffed out by his wife.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to go, probably. My wife's going to snuff me out like Phil Hartman.
We got into this earlier, and I want to get into this next after Dawn talks to us about Piazza. We talked about the New York Times story about Elon Musk's drug use. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Harry, I have video proof that Musk was zooted in the Oval Office. Everybody's coming at me like, how do you know? Bro, come on. His eyes are rolling in the back of his head. We'll get to that. youtube.com/@1210WPHT to see the video evidence.
That's right. More of the cut sheet with
Get up, Harry.
Harry Mays. But first, Dawn Stenzlin has a word for you.
Yeah, because you got to level up the fun this summer in a new Civic hybrid sedan or maybe a hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. So the Civic hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city and 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. You can always browse more than 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke, all perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Special from 10% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels, LL number 7, a registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:33. Harry Mays is with us for a Monday cut sheet that just won't end.
So, the big New York Times story over the weekend about Elon Musk and his alleged drug use. He was asked about that by Peter Doocy. Let's start with one here, Phil. He was asked about that, about this story. Basically, the story was that he took a lot of drugs, and he also had family drama, baby mama drama, and how the administration didn't super love that. Peter Doocy asked him about this at the in the Oval Office on Friday, and he addressed it in the normal fashion that you would think. Roll it.
The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer counter.
It is. I think the judge just ruled against New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times, let's move on.
Wow. Not gonna handle that. You're not gonna address it. Okay.
I think he's high right there.
Him trying to be a tough guy is like Lindsey Graham trying to be a tough guy. By the way, this is the video evidence that I showed you that, like, Harry, let's speak you and I here, since these two don't know don't know this from Adam. Look at this youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Tell me, this is in the Oval Office, the same Oval Office on Friday. Tell me this dude isn't zooted. Roll this.
It's a very sad case. It's a case we...
Oh, totally.
Watch his face. Look at his face.
Look at the mouth.
Look at his mouth. Look at his eyes. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Just watch.
I think Colombia wants to get to the bottom of the problem.
Look.
Oh, man.
Dude, he's
cracking his neck.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Wow.
And all that happens is
there you go.
3 days we find...
What's up with his eye, by the way? You see that? Is that a bruise on his right eye?
His son, he said his son, he was, his young son, who's ex.
Yeah. Little X.
Yeah.
Punched him? What?
Yeah, he said something. He was playing with him. He said, punch me or give me your best shot or something. And
I think Greg and Harry are probably like, he was zooted and he fell and banged his eye.
Well, that eye rolling thing, you guys, do you know somebody with Asperger's? Because
I was just going to say, is that spectrum stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is common with kids with autism.
Yeah.
I have
But I would
niece.
bet my life that he has done cocaine and hallucinogenics in his past.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's admitted to it.
Yeah, I think he's probably done everything under the sun. But I'm with Dawn here as far as in this moment. I mean, again, I don't know what zooted is, and I can't identify it when I see it because I don't know what it's like.
I can.
And that's fine. But I'm wondering, it's like the same thing with the way he did the salute versus the way Cory Booker does the salute, and they're almost identical, but they're a little different. I just feel like some of these mannerisms and these little quirks that you see from Musk are spectrum behavior.
By the way, let me just say this, and I said this earlier, but for you people in the back who don't understand what I'm talking about, yes, he's on drugs, I believe, and he's admitted to it. Also, I don't care.
Right.
I don't either.
As long as he's getting the
release
drug
a statement.
as long as he's getting the job done, I don't care. I'm sorry, Don.
Let me just say this, just in case there's a lawsuit for slander against the New York Times for that hit piece that just so happened to be placed, Friday. He released a statement over the weekend saying that although in the past he had ketamine that was prescription,
Special
and
K.
He admitted to some things in the past. He said he was not high. He's not done that for years. And that was his statement that he released just over the weekend.
And just two things here, like Greg was saying, I just do your job. And Elon Musk did what he said he would do, right? Now it's in the hands of Congress, and where we go from there is up to these elected morons that don't want their slush funds to dry up.
Right.
But Elon Musk,
he exposed
he said I'm going to uncover the waste, fraud, and abuse. And he laid it all out there. He did what he said he would do in 130 days. My whole thing with the New York Times hit piece on his drugs is the differentiation between the way they treat Elon Musk with a drug issue or allegedly a drug issue versus the way they treated Hunter Biden.
Did we do a hit piece on Joe Biden when for months we speculated that they were pumping him full of drugs to keep him upright?
To keep him alive.
Was that us doing a hit piece?
No,
which I believe was true.
Right.
By the way.
No, I don't think that was us doing a hit piece. It was us speculating as to how can this guy just be so awful some days and then come shot out of a cannon others days. But also, too, let's differentiate here between drugs. I mean, we're talking Hunter Biden had a coke issue. Elon Musk, in this report, ketamine. What Joe Biden was allegedly being shot up with was probably not cocaine.
Adderall, too.
Well, and he wouldn't be the first president to have been shot up. I mean, this is going back. I mean, FDR. I mean, there's numerous presidents. Kennedy.
And also, by the way, when we say that the president was shot up with X whatever, does anybody know exactly what it would be that they would, quote, shoot him up with to make him be more, assuming we're just going to omit the fact or, put aside he's not on cocaine, right?
Yeah.
But he's also not on Red Bull. Does anybody know what the actual drug is that you would get these, outbursts from? Or this, remember how many times Joe had those wide open eyes? Where, he's like, no idea what's going on as he's ranting and raving with that red and black backdrop.
Yep. Look, I only know what I see, and I see stuff like this, and you could say it says Asperger's, whatever, but that's all. That also shows somebody who might be rolling. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
I spent some time at raves in the late '90s. Okay, I know what rolling looks like.
Did you have glow sticks?
That's why he likes everything called X. Ecstasy.
So there were media reports in the summer of 2024 that there were claims that at the time then President Biden would be, quote, pumped up on drugs to enhance his June Thursday debate performance.
Well, they gave him the placebo that night.
Allegedly. So they said that he Botox to avoid a sweaty brow, Adderall for enhanced focus.
Adderall, yeah.
My wife is saying meth.
Meth for who?
Wow.
What?
To be hopped up.
For
Biden.
Biden?
Medical grade meth.
Man.
I've never used meth. Is that the way you act if you're on meth?
I've never used meth.
I don't know.
Never took any meth at Cowboy Montana West on 309?
No.
Back in the day?
I never saw that.
I was told you don't eat for 2 days.
Really?
It's like a fasting.
But it looks like Adderall, so maybe maybe it was speculated ADHD kind of medication.
Okay.
By the way, meth is what the kids call it. We used to call it speed. Harry, you and I. Harry, you and I used to call it speed.
But the yellow speed was the real good stuff.
Yeah, there's no.
Tucker, you weren't running a pharmacy out of your locker in Pius X, were you?
Dun, dun.
Musk also sat down with CBS Sunday Morning, and so this is really odd. So the reporter asked him about a bunch of Trump's policies.
This isn't Brennan, is it? Margaret?
No, it's the dude who was here. What's his name? I forget what that guy's name is. He was here to do a piece on us a long time ago. Talk radio, and he used us as an example.
Oh.
And he asked him about all kinds of policy questions, and Musk is like, "Can we talk about rocket ships?" It's just an odd back and forth. Roll this.
But the interview didn't get off to a smooth start.
I noticed that all of your businesses involve a lot of components, a lot of parts. Do the tariffs and the trade wars affect any of this?
Tariffs always affect things a little bit.
Wondering what your thought is on the ban on foreign students, the proposal. I mean, you were one of those kids, right?
Yeah, I think we want to stick to, the subject of the day, which is spaceships, as opposed to, presidential policy.
Oh, okay. I was told anything's good, but...
No.
Yeah. Look at him looking around, too.
Oh, my God.
He and his shirt says Occupy Mars. I think he's on Mars. He might want to be on Mars right now.
Well, no, I think it was an uncomfortable moment. He was probably
Elon-splaining.
told... No, he was probably told that they were going to talk about, one thing, and he doesn't want to veer off and talk about Trump the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, they'd try to get him to say something negative about Trump's
Right.
policies.
Right.
And then then
Which
they
is
run with that.
which is interesting. How much now that it's over with and Elon is essentially out of the equation, at least technically. How many of Trump's policies do you think Elon disagreed with? If you had a off the record moment of truth with him,
Those I believe that those questions that reporter asked him, he disagrees with him, and he didn't want to say that.
Probably. Well, that could be it.
Thank you.
And
They
I
probably know
And I
already.
did predict they would have somewhat of a falling out, and it was to me it was an obvious prediction to make when you have two super wealthy, powerful, egotistical men, and I like them both.
Alpha
males, right?
Yeah.
Not used to hearing no from anybody and not being challenged, and. I think at the end of the day, Musk probably disagreed with some of the policies. I don't. That's the main thing for me with Trump is, I don't lose my mind over what he says and does. I don't fall for that. I just love the guy's policies. Maybe Musk doesn't, but I think Elon is probably at this point now where, and I said this last week, I'm like, dude, you don't need to do a rehabilitation tour with your image. You did what a majority of Americans wanted to see happen. You carved out all the waste, fraud, and abuse. And I know your stock took a dip with Tesla, and unfortunately, Teslas were vandalized and firebombed. But Elon Musk didn't do anything wrong. He doesn't owe anybody anything.
Yes, the quote, thank you, 91LSX, or the quote is, if the bill's big, it cannot be beautiful. That was Elon Musk's
It can't be
quote.
both, is what he said, right?
I heard him say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which, by the way, apparently
Yes.
Rand Paul's going to have a big issue with this bill as probably the most fiscally conservative senator, because it looks like, if I read this correctly, Rand Paul is saying he's done the math, and the DOGE cuts, even though they are great, will be dwarfed by the new spending. So we're actually not reducing the deficit.
Right.
28, we have this.
Oh, okay.
28.
That was David Pogue, by the way, that reporter.
But what he's saying, and this is the specific thing that Rand Paul wants, he's saying he'll support it if the debt ceiling hike is removed and put in a separate bill.
Right.
He wants to separate things out.
Right. And Trump wants everything in one bill, which, we're going to have to do what we do with all these big bills. You have to read through it. Not that we will read through the whole thing, but there will be people that highlight certain parts and talk about all the pork and all the bloated fat in there.
Yes.
And it can be a lot of pork, folks.
Rand Paul and Face the Nation, roll it.
Just heard the Treasury Secretary say a number of things, dismiss the potential price increases that could come from the tariffs when it comes to retailers. He also played down the cost of this tax and border bill that just passed through the House. Do you agree with his math?
Well, the math doesn't really add up. One of the things this big and beautiful bill is it's a vehicle for increasing spending for the military and for the border. It's about $320 billion in new spending. To put that in perspective, that's more than all the DOGE cuts that we found so far. So the increase in spending put into this bill exceeds the DOGE cuts. When you look just at the border wall, they have $46.5 billion for the border wall. Well, the current estimate from the CBP is $6.5 million per mile. So if you did 1,000 miles, that's $6.5 billion. But they have $46 billion, so they've inflated the cost of the wall eightfold. So there's a lot of new spending that has to be counteracted. But essentially, this is a bill by the military-industrial complex advocates who are padding the military budget.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of extra money. Look, the president has essentially stopped the border flow without new money and without any new legislation. So I think they're asking for too much money. And in the end, the way you add it up to see if it actually is going to save money or add money is how much debt are they going to borrow? $5 trillion over 2 years. It's an enormous amount.
Right.
So basically what's happening here is they're paying off a $10,000 credit card and then ringing up 80 grand on another credit card.
Right.
He said eightfold, which is not good math and is not a good spot to be in, and probably will irritate you if you're fiscally conservative like I am. But here's the thing. I will say this, and this is not because it's Trump. I don't know if you can put a price on national security. Now, when I hear border, I'm on board with that. But then again, Rand Paul makes a good point. He didn't need extra and new money to secure and close the border. Now, as far as the military goes, if you're talking about protecting our borders, northern border, southern border, East Coast, West Coast, this whole dome idea,
Dome thing.
like I'm okay with that. But if you're saying you're going to use this money for military budget stuff to go to war with other countries on the ground, then I don't want that.
So you like spending money as long as it's money that being spent the way you agree with it.
If it means our national security is
you could say
boosted?
You could say the Democrats do the same thing. They want to spend money, but it's just stuff that they agree with.
Well,
so
I would like
both parties want to spend money, but it's like our money's better spent this way.
Well, this is exactly it. I would rather spend $350 million on our national security than to give Zelensky $350 million to keep fighting Russia. If that makes sense.
Here's the thing. I have no doubt. I mean, Senator Paul said there are 4 of them, so they can't afford all 4. But what he's saying is, first of all, he wants the Trump tax cuts to be made permanent, and I think they all are going to agree on that. But he does not want to raise the debt ceiling, by $5 trillion. I think they're going to get this done. I mean, I think that what we're hearing now is the Senate takes this on, and they're talking about getting it to the president's desk by early July. So I actually think that this is the negotiation that they're all doing, but I have no doubt that this is going to happen. This is on the Republicans. And
I hope you're right.
If they don't do this, TikTok, because remember, we have all these elections upcoming.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're going to get it done. They're going to negotiate it, and that's what we're seeing in real time.
The thing that's just so frustrating about all of these politicians is they just keep running up the debt. And when they leave office, it's like, well, let's just pass on the buck to somebody else, right? It's the next president's problem. It's the next Senate's problem.
Office, though.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Good point.
And then we're the ones left to deal with it after they've greased their pockets.
But everybody's okay, by the way, with this big, beautiful bill increasing the deficit by trillions.
I'm not. No,
Everybody's
I'm not.
fine with
No,
that?
I'm not.
No, and I don't think they're okay. I think they're hashing that out as we speak.
Yeah.
Well, there's no other way to get it done then.
I would actually like to do an exercise one day when I have time. I might skip a nap this week. Do some crunching of numbers.
Now I have to send him Scott Bessent. I think the key here will be, and this is the truth. So Scott Bessent is saying,
send me the propaganda from the administration. Okay.
What they're saying.
Caroline Levitt says this.
I interviewed a local professor who I really adore, Stockton University, who crunched the numbers, and what he's saying is that a lot of times the numbers that are used in the media as far as what this would do for the deficit, not considering all the factors, that it's not all there.
Okay.
So that's the whole point. They have to figure this out. I don't think that Republicans want this on their watch to raise the deficit by that much. So
I think there's a lot of people like me that are fiscally conservative that love Trump, that find that to be maybe his biggest flaw is the spending. What I would like to do, what I was saying was, look at Trump. Get rid of 2020, okay, because of COVID. Look at what he spent in 17, 18, and 19, and then forget Biden in 21 with COVID. Look at what Biden spent in 22, 23, and 24. So take the first 3 of Trump and the last 3 of Biden and see who spent more money. I don't know what the answer is. I think it would be an interesting exercise, and then we can kind of look at if, in fact, Trump spends more money again this time, well, then the reality is he's not a fiscally conservative president.
I do have Bessent, but he's talking about inflation. Is that what you're talking about, Don?
The economic numbers were great on Friday.
Yeah.
Even CNBC was praising Trump.
Roll 24.
We wanted to make sure that there aren't price increases, Margaret, and thus far there have been no price increases. Everything has been alarmist, that the inflation numbers are actually dropping. We saw the first drop of inflation in 4 years. The inflation numbers last week, they were very pro-consumer.
Right. But you listen to earnings calls just like we do. Mm-hmm. You know what Walmart's saying, what Best Buy's saying, and what Target are saying.
But Margaret, I also know what Home Depot and Amazon are saying.
Right,
I know what the South China Morning Post wrote within the past 24 hours, that 65% of the tariffs will likely be eaten by the Chinese producers.
The reality is there will either be less inventory or things at higher prices or both.
When we were here in March, you said there was going to be big inflation. There hasn't been any inflation. Actually, the inflation numbers are the best in 4 years. So why don't we stop trying to say this could happen and wait and see what does happen?
Yeah, let's talk about what is happening, Margaret.
Margaret is the worst.
Friday, core inflation. I'm sure, Dawn, you had the economic numbers on your show Friday.
Yes, sir.
Core inflation fell to the lowest rate in 4 years. I have this clip. If you want me to send it to you, I can give it to you, Greg. Even CNBC was talking about it and saying, hey, it's time to give Trump some credit when you look at the economy numbers in his first 4 months. All of that fear and all that panicking, it hasn't materialized.
And when did that happen? Late Friday?
Like
Friday,
mid-morning.
mid-morning.
Yeah.
During
dawn Friday.
I went through those numbers with Michael Busler, Dr. PhD, local professor, who talked about this. And so that was the Treasury Secretary who Greg just played, Scott Bessent, saying the U.S. is never going to default, as we talk about the federal debt ceiling. So in other words, what they're saying is they're wrong about all of these numbers. They're giving us these outlooks that just like they gave us phony job numbers during the previous administration. And so what they're saying is that the numbers and the debt ceiling we're hearing about, all of this based on phony numbers. To me, I think that's critical to this entire negotiation as Republicans take this on and try to get something done and to the president's desk by early July.
And yet the Fed won't lower the interest rates.
Nope.
The Biden administration just hired a bunch of federal government workers and see, look, look, the job numbers are great. You have all these bureaucratic.
Get it to Trump's desk before he spends a whole lot of money on the July 4th celebration.
Or before he goes to Mar-a-Lago and golf.
But Harry, you can't say that though because we agree with spending money when it's stuff we like to spend money on. Other times it's not okay. Thank you.
All I approve from a spending standpoint is golf stuff and liquor. That's it.
Exactly.
Dawn, talk to us about Kitchen Magic, please.
Yes, because we got to talk about the magic. If you're heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home, Kitchen Magic, our friends at Kitchen Magic, can really help you fall in love with your kitchen again. They are family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June, this month only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Do not put this off. Get started today. KitchenMagic.com, or you can just call them. 800-237-0799. That's 800-237-0799. You've heard me talk about Kitchen Magic. They're local. Everything is made right here in the USA. They are awesome. Kitchen Magic since 1979. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough.
But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Fourth and final hour, 9 o'clock, already here on a Monday morning as we continue with the cut sheet with Harry Mays and Fight Club fast approaching.
Yeah, if you haven't done so yet, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT 910. So in 10 minutes, we will have the Monday edition of Fight Club submitted by Nick Kayal's sister, Erin.
Everybody wants in.
So Erin wants in, so her selection will be used today for Fight Club. Get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to see it.
And by the way, full disclosure, I know what the subject is. It's where it occurred, but I have not seen the clip. So if it's a disappointment, I officially will ban my sister from future contributions to the show.
By the way, the never-ending cut sheet, since it's like 19 stages now, is sponsored by Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back. And it's got us all saying it again for custom print shipping services, even passport photos plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the U.S. Staples. That was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring we need 2 sponsors. We need 3 sponsors because the cut sheet is basically the entire show. Thank you, Staples. All right, so I want to get into this before we do the cut sheet. There's been a lot of, for all the people that are always like, oh, you guys spend so much time on the trans athletes thing, and it's such a rare occurrence. Is it, though? Because I have 4 different stories from 4 different parts of the country where this is being, where there's an issue.
Yeah.
So tell me again how it's rare occurrences. It's not rare occurrences, okay? Nope. Let's start in California.
And by the way, the more it's accepted, the more it will keep occurring.
This is the high school track and field where they have decided that they're going to award 1 extra medal for the high school track and field because A.B. Hernandez is a dude who identifies as a female. She's competing. He's competing. Whatever. This person is competing. And they were debating this on CNN, and I have to give it to Julie Hamill, who's the president of the California Justice Center. Just taking... Breonna Keeler is just a vile human.
Yeah. Low energy, too.
she's just. What about this? What about this? Like, shut up.
Little snipster.
The CNN anchor calls a boy a girl and gets corrected by this attorney, as she should. Roll this.
To comply with federal law to accept federal funds.
What would make this fair for her to compete for those who are competing against her? What would that kind of structure in competition look like?
Who is her?
AB.
Yeah.
Okay, AB Hernandez is a male who identifies as a female. What would be fair is to have Hernandez competing in the male category.
Yes.
It is not fair to the females competing to have to compete with a male.
Amen.
Okay, so in Trump's federal funding threat, is that something, though, that would hurt all student athletes, including athletes who are assigned female at birth?
Would his federal funding threat hurt athletes?
If the money is taken away.
Right. So the law actually says that schools that do not abide Title IX or other federal laws cannot receive federal funds. So that's not Trump's fault. The problem is that the state with AB 1266.
But you understand, Julie, there's two views here on Title IX. So just to be clear, not everyone agrees with you on how you're viewing it. So in that regard, if you were to take away the funding,
not everybody agrees on two genders.
As it pertains to trans athletes, not everyone agrees with you. I think we just have to be clear about that. If you are taking away the funds for athletes, student athletes in California, isn't that going to hurt all of them?
These mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Taking away federal funds is going to hurt all California kids, which is why the state of California needs to comply with federal law. It's very simple.
So when you dig into the science on trans athletes, what is really clear is that there needs to be a lot more research on a lot more trans athletes to be able to draw better conclusions about the effect of whether gender-affirming care actually reduces or eliminates the advantage conferred on an athlete who is genetically male. Would you welcome more research? Is this a situation where more research might help?
I absolutely think that more research and more careful and thoughtful discussion is necessary here. Pediatric sex change procedures are very harmful and they cause lifelong damage to children. And this is something that the United States of America needs to examine thoughtfully, and people need to be able to discuss openly without being called bigots and transphobes.
There you go.
Yeah, totally hear you.
Nice
all right, enough of Brianna.
Wow.
Oh,
That discussion just makes my eyes roll back in my head.
I know. Another 90-10 issue that they're on the wrong side of. And then they try to twist you into a logic of pretzel logic. Yeah, it's just.
By the
Good
way,
album by Steely Dan, by the way.
Pretzel Logic. You are 100% correct. By the way, this AB Hernandez is a high school junior competing in girls high jump, long jump, and triple jump, leading all three events after the preliminaries on Friday. So, yes, it's just a one-off. It's just a one-off, right?
You know, moving forward.
Not in California.
No. This thing, I mean, this is where it originated from, right?
Right.
California, the Pacific Northwest. You don't get too many of these cases in Arkansas. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Once I get to the point where I'm allowed to take like 5 weeks off a year, so maybe 10 years from now, if I'm not dead from a heart attack.
You will be.
Can I just take the month of June off?
No.
I just don't.
June,
it's only June 2nd, and I'm already done with
Pride.
You're anti-Pride?
and letters and communities. I don't even want to hear what you're assigned anymore at birth. Forget how you identify and the little pretend little game we're playing. If you're, I identify as a cat. No, you're a dog. You're a cat. You are what you are. Okay.
Right.
I'm done with the genders. I can't do it anymore. My head's gonna burst. I want to. What we need to do, along with the studying of the biology of the procedures, and what you end up becoming if you come out as a woman through the procedure. We need to spend money on the mental health breakdown.
Yep.
Like, what is going on in somebody's head that they feel like they're in the wrong gender? The wrong body, the wrong sex, whatever you want to go. I don't even want to deal with what I was assigned at birth. I don't even like that term anymore. Assigned. You come out, you either have the male part or the woman's part. That's what
it's like
you
somebody
get.
steps into the room there, the assigner.
Like Stalker assigned Dawn and I to stand outside of this door when the clients came 2 weeks ago. We were assigned stand in front of the 1210 studios.
You don't have to say that.
Make us look.
Yeah, you don't have to say
Music
that.
people, you are assigned to stand down there. Signed.
All right, so that's California. Everybody's like, well, let's go to Champlain Park, Minnesota.
Another crazy state.
By the way, 2 minutes, the 2 minute warning for you right now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Fight Club coming up in 2 minutes. Make sure you get on over there to see that. This is cut 9, Phil. Just shut out Champlain. Just shut out the defending state champions in back-to-back games to win the Class 4A Section 5 softball championship. Both victories came behind the arm of Marissa Rothenberg, a biological male competing in girls softball. And if you see this video, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, you can see the speed that this dude throws this fastball. Roll this. Watch this.
And the pitch.
It's on a loop.
Back in the fifth.
There you go.
Wow.
Look at that.
Fans another
Look at
one.
that.
Bring him up. Yep. Are we sure that's not Ben Roethlisberger? That's Marissa Rothenberger.
6'5".
Yeah.
See, part of me thinks sometimes with all of this that maybe, just maybe, some of the best male athletes who don't identify as trans should just sign up to these things to just show, to just blow everybody out.
Yeah.
And just say, yeah, I'm now competing as a girl. I identify, and blow everybody out, and then say, see, so here we are. We identify, and this is what happens.
This is not a fair play.
Let's
fair.
take the most prolific college athlete right now in college sports. Let's say it's Arch Manning, the quarterback from Texas. What he should do to make a point is quit the Texas football team, join the Texas softball team, and be a pitcher. And just ring up every single girl. 1, 2, 3.
Boom.
Sit down.
Yep.
And the reason I say that is because it takes away from individuals who they say this gender dysphoria. It has been for as long as I can look up and research, and a diagnosed mental health issue. And I think part of this is if we take that off the table, and we just have guys who play as girls, and they're making the point, then the debate becomes, hey folks, is this fair?
Yep.
And we take away the fact that there's somebody who I think is genuinely somebody who has a mental health issue. Their parents obviously are, I think, pushing them to do this stuff. And so I would love to take them out of the limelight, because I think it probably further hurts their mental health, whatever's going on, and just puts the issue itself in the forefront, which is boys are stronger than girls. Their muscle mass, their ability to breathe, they're faster, they're stronger. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's just not fair.
So you could say, okay, those are just two offs. After Fight Club, I have Washington State and Oregon. So two other states where this is happening.
And
by the way,
all the crazy states too.
I didn't just like go out looking for this. Like this all happened this weekend.
Yeah.
So for everybody
them
saying
all.
they're just one-offs, yeah, they're not.
No.
All right, it is 9:10. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Get there now for
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
All right, Fight Club on this Monday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com today, tricounty.com. By the way, Brian Krieger, good job getting in early on Fight Club, because it is quickly becoming the most popular segment of this morning show. So thank you very much for getting in on this. Okay, we go today. This was submitted by Nick's sister, Erin. This is an Arkansas kindergarten graduation that devolved into a brawl as children scream for parents to stop In Arkansas, kindergarten graduation descended into madness when a large brawl broke out between parents, forcing school officials to scold the unacceptable behavior displayed in front of the little tykes. Several adults threw punches at each other in the hallway of the West Memphis's Falk Elementary School on Wednesday. This was last Wednesday. As the frightened screams of nearby children filled the crowded corridor, multiple men and women were in the center of the melee, plowing through the school as other parents rushed to get their children away from the danger, according to the video obtained by WREG. All right, let's roll this, Phil. Oh, there we go.
And we're
there
off.
we go. And we're off.
Now
Look at this. Look at this.
My kid should have been valedictorian.
Video as a fight erupts among parents during an elementary school graduation. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Stephanie Skurlock.
And I'm Greg Hurst. Some say parents acting like the children. Now, those punches were thrown Wednesday at Falk Elementary in West Memphis. WRG's Raven Copeland joins us now live with the school's response and the community's reaction to the fight. Raven, what'd you learn?
Yeah, Greg and Stephanie, West Memphis School Superintendent, he has responded to the incident, and he says that type of behavior, it's a zero tolerance he says there is a zero tolerance policy for the unacceptable behavior that was displayed in that video.
Mark at 500.
This week's graduation at Falk Elementary will be one to remember, and it's not because of the ceremony or the graduates.
Oh my God, that was what, 2-3 different people fight?
And it's at a graduation.
For the kids. That's ridiculous.
Shocking video shows a group of parents yelling and throwing punches at
Look
each
at
other in front of kids.
Kindergarten.
You can see parents, children, and staff members staring or walking off in disbelief.
There's some other people hugging it out, though.
Yeah.
See that?
And
loving it.
Stop to the people involved in the brawl.
And what do you think that...
I mean, you understand why kids grow up to do this behavior because they see their parents doing it.
Yeah. Yep, it's a learned behavior.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
Like, just the disgracefulness of this.
5- and 6-year-olds being subjected to that because a couple of 30-somethings just can't get their act together.
That's why we got to ban all these graduations.
No.
Not kindergarten. Not kindergarten.
I don't know.
That's-
I'm going to take it under advisement later today. I'll think about it.
Kindergarten grad is adorable.
Thank you. Thank you.
First Arkansas, next Philadelphia. Where's it going to end?
Yep.
That could be up there. That could be that could be the winner.
I
I don't
really
know.
need a kindergarten graduation.
Yes.
Really?
Harry, you don't
It's
have kids.
adorable.
You don't have kids, bro. You
Harry,
don't
you
know.
I was
soul-
a kid.
You
I
soulless
didn't need it.
individual.
Yeah.
I didn't need
By
it.
the way, I would have said the same thing 5 years ago before I had my son. But now that I do, I'm like, yes, we need kindergarten graduations. I'm going to a preschool graduation, and it's going to be adorable. And it's going to be adorable.
Wow.
A year from now, you will have a kindergarten graduation.
Yeah, and I'm going to a preschool graduation. And
If I was a parent, I'd just stay home.
No, and
No,
by the way, why
Yeah,
do
I
you
would.
think these things are popular? Do you think teachers want to stay? I'll be at an event tonight.
No.
I'll be at an event tonight where I'll be there until 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. Do you think teachers who get to the school at 7-ish want to
No.
stay for this stuff until late at night? No.
No.
Why do they
No.
do it? They do this to
Talent fees.
celebrate. No, they do it to celebrate the education of children, which I think, given the other stuff that we celebrate, what's wrong with this? And by the way, Harry, how much time do you celebrate and spend your time on sports? How much time? How many hours do you sit on the couch celebrating sports?
Yeah, dog.
And you can't celebrate
What
the
do you mean
children?
celebrate? I don't celebrate sports. I bet on it.
Tee-hee.
Let me
Not
finish.
celebrate
Love you.
anything.
Yes.
You do too.
Stenciling off the top rope.
Woohoo.
Randy Savage elbow smash.
I'm going to a birthday party this Friday night.
Oh,
for a
I've heard about
100
these.
For a 100-year-old. Now that I will celebrate.
That's
Yeah, that is
Okay.
that
That's
is something worth
adorable.
celebrating.
I love. By the way, I love when Harry's wife drags him out to like a pee-wee
Yeah.
football game in the fall for a nephew, and he's
No, it was a
disgusted.
lacrosse game. And there was a fight there, too. There was a fight there. I should have recorded it for Fight Club.
You should have. Oh, there was a fight.
Gosh.
Harry, always,
The two coaches fought, and they stopped the game.
Always be filming.
always,
Yeah, right.
always think of this show.
Yes.
Please.
Everything is content, Harry.
Everything.
But
is
I've heard
content.
this segment is booked through the summer.
It's all summer.
Unbelievable.
TriCountyAuto.com. Thank you guys for sponsoring Fight Club. It is, like I said, it's the most. All right, we'll get to the We'll get to the other dudes who are trying to compete with women in other things. We'll get to that on the other side.
All right, Kayal and Company live on a Monday morning. Harry Mays sticks with us. We have a big 3 from Dawn in about 15 minutes, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Boston Consulting Group Incorporated in Philadelphia, PA seeks project leader /principal /healthcare /biopharma to manage the design and development of long-term business strategies and leverage industry expertise in order to achieve superior efficiency, revenue growth, and organizational capability for healthcare and biopharmaceutical companies. Candidates must possess a bachelor's degree or foreign equivalent in business administration, economics, management, or related field, and 3 years of experience as a management consultant or business analyst, which must include at least 1 year of experience analyzing and developing business strategy recommendations to companies in the healthcare and biopharmaceutical sectors. Partial telecommute available. Domestic/international travel required up to 80% based on client/company need. To apply, send resume to bcgct@bcg.com. Reference position number 28-2025/357.228.6. Multiple positions available.
My name is Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024. We wanted to just sustain our growth and be able to count on what we've earned.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year. and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, 924, it's Kayal and Company. We've got the big three. We've got movies. We've got music. We've got gift cards to give away. But we wrap up the cut sheet now with Harry Mays.
Yes. Let's do... So I said there's been two other dudes competing in
Trans
women's
athletes.
sports. Yes, thank you. Let's start here in Washington State, where a boy competing under the name Veronica just stole the state title in the girls' 400 meter at the 2A Washington State Championship meet. This is 19, Phil. Roll this. You can see this. There we go.
Oh, it's a blowout.
Look at this.
Yeah, look at this.
It's ridiculous.
It's Vince by a mile.
He's not even...
Now, what event is this?
It's a track meet. It's a track meet.
I know, but what event? Like
who
the
knows?
2 mile or the mile or something?
400 meter, maybe?
400 meter at the 2A Washington State Championship meet. I don't know. I look to you guys for these type of things.
Well, they had to stay in their whole lane the whole way around, so it is the 400 meters.
Yeah.
Sadly, this dude doesn't realize he should just stay in his lane from a gender perspective as well.
Right.
And just
Nice work.
And you know what the weird part of all of this is? I have yet to see one decorated male athlete transition to a female and play female sports. It's always like a run-of-the-mill, average to below-average white dude who, on a scale, if you're ranking him against 20 others, he came in 16th, and then all of a sudden he comes over to the female side, and he's Carl freaking Lewis.
Yeah,
and a champion.
This one happened in Oregon. Let's start with 20 here. This is the girls' high jump competition, and some dude won this too. Luckily, there were two female athletes that refused to stand on the little podium, so they stood like in front of it. And then because they wouldn't stand with the dude who beat them, they got ordered to go to the sidelines.
Yeah.
Let's start.
Sit down, Missy.
Start with 20 here, Phil. You can see them.
Good. Stand right in front of them.
See, they stand down there.
Good.
Right. And that's at Hayward Field, too. That's the University of Oregon's track.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They get in the box, in the blocks?
Yeah, you see him standing down there? All right, so so go to 21. You can see this is a close-up where you see the two girls standing because they won't stand on the same podium.
Yep.
And some official tells them to go stand on the sidelines. Roll this.
Look at this.
There we go.
Yeah,
All
this
right.
guy.
Through 5.
Yeah. Hey, you two broads.
Yeah.
Go sit down.
You see this lanyard around my neck? That shows you I'm the boss.
I know you were assigned female at birth, but you got to stand on the podium.
Can you imagine what a failure in life that guy is that he's doing this?
Yeah.
And he's yelling at two females.
How great would it be if Riley Gaines just ran onto the field and drop kicked that dude?
No, but unfortunately, in my opinion, in all of these cases, the girls' families have to lawyer up and they have to talk about the fact that they are being psychologically and emotionally damaged and hurt and devastated by the fact that these officials and all of these officials are allowing biological males to beat them, and that they are that's the only thing I can see here. And remember, in a court of law here in Pennsylvania, that's when the family from Quakertown, remember the Quakertown girl, had been beat out by a biological male identifying as a girl. And the judge locally, Beetlestone, had said, well, there's no evidence of any damage. So threw it out, of course. Said, no, you're not damaged. And so they need to just lawyer up, get a psychologist to say they're emotionally devastated. They're psychologically devastated.
So
they're damaged.
Selective application
And
of
sue.
when we protect women.
Yep.
Right?
Was there any video of the actual high jumping?
No.
No,
I didn't see it. But
it's
ridiculous.
Things could fall out.
Yeah.
High jump.
But hate to see Veronica
I'm saying?
fall and
Veronica's
scratch her chin.
gets exposed.
Yeah.
But like to Dawn's point, like this is, when you're in high school and you're doing this and you can be top, thing in your school and everything like that. Like we're talking scholarships, you're talking money, you're talking all kinds of stuff that some dude is just going to take because I identify as a female.
Yeah. Where are all the feminists at?
Yeah, where are they?
Where are they?
Yeah, where are they?
Where have all the feminists gone, Harry Mays?
I wanted to, this weekend, I wanted to highlight, because I'm so tired of this narrative that it's like, well, it's so rare that it happens. It's so rare that it happens. I gave you 4 different schools in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and
that this has happened.
usually you stay out of these conversations for the most part, because I'm usually the one on my high horse, and then I hand it off to Dawn as the female. But yeah, you're more fired up than usual for this one.
I think it is relatively rare outside of California, Oregon, Washington, and Minnesota.
I said that last week.
It just happened here.
It's such a
High school
regional
senior.
thing, right?
But it just happened here, though. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a high school senior from our region, and so the problem is to say it's rare. Well, that's BS. So you're a girl who your whole life, and you and your parents driving around to these. If you've ever been there, this is consuming in your whole life, and you are banking on these different scholarships and grants, and it's a really big deal. Not to mention the fact that it's your senior year and somebody just pooped on you.
Yes.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Because they decided how they identified. Nobody says, well, what about the girl?
Imagine trying to downplay the injustice and claim, well, it doesn't happen a lot. Imagine if we only had 4 murders in Philadelphia each year, and you're on the receiving end of murder, and your family's been rocked by that tragedy, and somebody says, well, there was only 4 throughout the whole season. There's only 4.
No, it's so sexist. No other group would do this, by the way.
Right.
No other group. It's like, just watch what happens when they say, well, what if I identify as black? What if I identify as this? What if oh, no, you can't do that. But you can identify. The one thing you're allowed to identify is as a girl.
Yep.
And everybody just says, yep, nothing to see here.
That's good. If there's that many, they should just have their own division.
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah, I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to compete. Sure,
exactly.
Compete with whoever, but compete against whatever biological species you are.
That's right.
Yeah, the Veronica division.
The Veronica division.
But to your point, even if they all run together, that's fine. They can all run stay in their lane. They can run. They can, as long as it's not an injury like volleyball or whatever. But in that case, you could have them run together. Yeah. But then you qualify, just like in like wrestling when they say the lightweight or the heavyweight or whatever. Fine. But to say that they're competing against one another when you have a dude who's like 6'3" competing against petite, like 5-foot females, like, come on.
Yeah, Michael Vespa on the YouTube chat says the 2 girls that left the podium should have been 2nd and 3rd, not 3rd and 4th. Exactly. And how do they feel? They trained their entire lives for this. You know what I mean? And then some dude with balls goes allegedly. I'm gonna run against you now.
Big balls. Exactly. That's why they made jock straps. All right. That'll do it. Harry, great stuff. Love you, buddy.
All right. Talk to you next week. Have a great week.
Thank you, Harry. Great spot today, buddy.
Have a great time at the centennial birthday party too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get pictures
Keep
in case there's a fight.
Keep celebrating your sports, Harry.
I'll take video.
Next time, take video.
All right, there he is. Harry Mays with us every Monday for the Cut Sheet. We'll come back, get to a big three from Dawn, and then we have our morning mystery movie clip, and today we are playing for a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Back after this.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
She keeps a Moet Chandon in a pretty cabinet. Bethany cake, she says, just like Marie Antoinette. Building a remedy for
Kayal and Company, 9:38, Monday morning. Dawn's Big Three coming up in a moment. Big shout out to a new team member as we have a new rider for Team Kayal and Team 1210 WPHT. Just got the email. Christina Engel has been added to the team.
Christina. Nice. Thank you, Christina. Dawn.
Yes.
TikTok. We're still on you.
I know.
We're still on Dawn Watch.
I know.
Dawn will see us Monday morning.
Just saying.
TV.
She's going to be like,
I'm teasing you.
how are your quads, Gregory?
I know.
Hey, Nick, how's your keister feel? Did you put on SPF 50?
You should have David do this with us.
I know.
He's 18. He's
Yeah.
ripped.
He's in good shape, right?
Yeah.
And Michael, too.
Yeah, they could both finish in 3 hours.
Yeah. No. Yeah, both of them.
They would dust me by a good 2.5 hours.
What's the average? Now, what did Stephanie finish in?
3-ish, 3 and change. Yeah. Yeah, I did a little over 5. Marissa, I think 2.5. Marissa's a total psycho. She just goes 0 to 100 the whole way.
It's amazing.
What a crazy lady.
They both dust
God bless
you.
her. Yeah, they do. I don't even, they're, by the time I get across to Ben Franklin, which takes me like 15 minutes, they're out of sight. I don't know where they're at. They're gone. Just like that. Vanished.
Now, does anybody because, some bikes have a little battery-powered little cheater. You know what I mean? Does anybody
They do.
have that?
I think I've seen people doing that. Yes.
An electric bike?
Yep.
Is it allowed?
I've seen people on unicycles. I've seen people towing other people, like in a little, these people are just like laying back in the hammock while the other person does all the work. That's what I'm going to do. Sucker, you're going to tow me.
I ain't towing anything.
I'm going to drink a Tito's and just go for the ride. Get pulled over for a DWI. All right, let's get down to business. Got to get caught up in the news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel on Big 3 at 9:40.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Hey, Pennsylvania, higher electric bills are here. This is the Public Utility Commission announcing that most providers in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania are raising their rates starting right now. PECO rates, they're going up 12.6% as of today. PPL, electric customers, you will see a 16% increase. And Met Ed, hiking prices by about 8%. We already pay for an average of 45% higher rates than everybody else in the nation here, and now these rates are going up.
Great. Just great. Just in time for the air conditioning, just in time for 80s. You know what? I take it all back. Give me 59 and rain. Let's go back to March weather. How do they justify the rising prices? What are we doing wrong here in this state with all the energy we have in this state?
I wonder, because maybe they're not drill baby drilling. I don't know. I mean, we're sitting on this gold mine of natural gas. Why not tap into it? We're the natural gas capital of the world, essentially, and yet we're paying well above the average across the nation. Tell me how that makes sense.
I'm going to take the family to the grocery store to sit inside of the air conditioning for a little bit this year, like the Bundys.
You can go to PA Power Switch and you can shop around, but all of them are raising rates. Some health news, just trying to mix it up from all the other negative news headlines. In health, new research published in the JAMA Network Open Journal showing losing weight in middle age, meaning if you're between your 40s, 50s, or 60s, you may lower the risk of all major health issues, including heart attacks, cancer, and strokes if you're losing weight. The study focusing on people who lost weight without medications, without any surgery, but doing it the healthy way and losing at least 20 pounds to get to that healthy BMI. And number 3, I'll get to, and this is something that Greg Stocker, since I've known you, Greg Stocker, for 10 years, Greg always says, don't hit that snooze button in the morning.
Yes.
There's a new study that says, Stocker's right, doing that actually makes you lose sleep. The average snoozer tallies an extra 11 minutes in bed after their first alarm, but experts say that's not quality sleep, and those minutes add up to a full night's worth of lost sleep every month. And so by doing the snooze, you're actually harming your health. You're healthier to just even set your alarm later, but get up right when the alarm goes off.
If you don't, I mean, I meant that more for morning radio, for what we do, that if you hit that snooze button, you ain't getting up.
No.
So you need to, as soon as that first, I set 3 alarms. I don't know how you guys do.
Do you
it.
really?
I set 3 alarms.
I
yes.
do 1.
And as soon as that first alarm goes off, my feet are on the floor.
Yeah, I do not. The sound that I use for my alarm sounder has it goes on and then off and then on, and I hit the stop button before it gets to the second or the third annoying sound.
Yeah.
So I'm like you. I shoot up right out of bed.
Yeah,
not even tired.
Who still has an old school alarm clock? I do.
Do you really? You don't use your iPhone?
I use my iPhone. I also use my watch. So my watch has an alarm. This is actually the thing that wakes me up because it buzzes.
Yeah.
So it buzzes on, and that always wakes me up.
Right.
But then I have my phone as the next thing, and then my alarm clock is the
backup,
the fail safe. That'll blare Metallica.
Oh, your radio kicks in
at 4 a.m.
Uh-huh.
And my wife will roll over and be like, "Get up! We start at 6 a.m."
So
and that's your big 3.
You have the old school alarm with the digital, or do you have the one with the 2 little metal things?
No, it's an old school digital one. When I tell you, I've probably had this alarm clock since 10th grade.
Wow.
And it still works. Yeah. It's an old school digital thing. It still works. But yeah, I used to use it because it's an easy slam on the thing. You can hit snooze. Not that I do that because Dawn says you can't.
Yeah. Well, the science behind that with the hitting the snooze, does the same apply if you wake up 7 minutes before your alarm is supposed to go off and then you shut your eye?
Always get up.
Never do that, right?
Always
get up.
Always get up.
That is dreadful when that happens to you.
Because what they're saying is if you force yourself, if you train yourself to just get whatever sleep you need, and then you get out of bed, it's actually healthier for your body.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So they're saying that it's with your heart health and also your brain function.
Yep.
You don't want to have that mentality of hitting a snooze.
Gotcha.
91 LSXer wants to know if the alarm has those fake wood grains on the top. No, it doesn't.
Oh my god.
That is a throwback. This is an old school little black digital alarm clock. I've had it since 1996 probably.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, movies, music, and a preview of Dawn's show when we come back.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Phil Almquist has the music coming up in just a few moments, and then we will preview what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, Jimmy Kelly's out, Captain Kirk is in, but we still have a morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, by golly, if our new neighbor's going to do that, I don't feel a bit bad about sneaking in their swimming pool while they're gone. You think it's safe? What are they going to do, arrest us? Look at us. We're three harmless old men.
Yeah, but who knows what kind of people they are?
You know, I can't remember the last time I really took a risk.
Ben's right. I'm in. If your friend Van Luckett decides to jump off the top of the Empire State Building, does that mean that you have to do it too?
I have my pride.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today, a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Best of luck, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Now, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 2nd, we celebrate the birthday of Tony Hadley from Spandau Ballet, who's 65. Hadley birthday shout out to Charlie Watts from the Rolling Stones. We also lost Bo Diddley in 2008. Six Cood Rock of Ages by Def Leppard in 83. Album Peter Gabriel second in 78. Live and Dangerous by Thin Lizzy on the same day. I'm a Rebel by Accept in 80. Adore by the Smashing Pumpkins in 98. But Here We Are by the Foo Fighters in 2023. And The Lizard by Saigon Kick in 92. Also, hey, I got to always mention my hair metal. Also, in 81, Prince made his live British debut. In 66, Frank Sinatra was top the UK singles chart. In 76, Wings set the world record for largest attendance for an indoor crowd with 67,000 in Seattle. In 93, Aerosmith began their Get a Grip tour. In 73, ELO began their first U.S. tour. In 1971, Queen played their first show with a classic lineup of Freddie, Brian, Roger, and John. In 95, Duran Duran was at the Man. And in 64, the Stones appear on U.S. TV for the first time. But lastly, on this day in 2006, the Muscle Shoals Sound Studios is added to the National Historic Register. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lomb.
And that's Muscle Shoals, not
Mustard
Shoals.
Correct.
All right. The Dawn Show is on tap in about 8 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up top of the hour.
Yes, so coming up at 11, our guest will explain to you in Pennsylvania and perhaps New Jersey why. Why is it that your electric rates are going up? That's coming up at 11. Well, also, and I meant to do this in the big three, the dogs allegedly tortured by Fauci, these adorable dogs released. And we'll show you on YouTube these beagles, and I meant to do this especially for Greg Stocker.
Oh, no.
The first time they were being used in they were the ones that were being experimented upon.
Good.
Dozens of these adorable beagle puppies and dogs, and they've never walked on grass.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's going to break your heart.
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
But we have all the updates going on. We'll go through all of it. And of course, we got to start out with a little YMC celebration. It was a big day here in Pennsylvania for President Trump. And so U.S. Steel, we'll get into all of that. Ukraine, Russia, those talks. Oh, my gosh, there's so much breaking. We got it all.
Moving forward, instead of experimenting on beagles, why don't we just do these tests on CNN anchors? All right, that'll do it for us.
Hang on.
Oh, that's right.
Bill and Ben Salem.
Oh, I don't have anything on my screener.
So quick to get out of here.
No, there's nothing on my screen. Look at my screen. It's blank again.
Bill and Ben Salem.
Go ahead, Billy.
Yes, hi. The movie was Cocoon.
Cocoon. There you go. Congratulations, Bill. You've got the $50 gift card, all right?
Yeah, sorry, Bill. Nick needs to be on the Schuylkill in 3 minutes.
I gotta be into my REM cycle by 11:07.
Oh, God.
All right, great job, Bill. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. We will talk to you tomorrow. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next.
Good night, everybody.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/